In attendance, it's hearing and following. All of whom share are at the table. You earlier managed the presence of senior musician on the we have Marcelina Sumbilia, Undersecretary to Pari-Urban. Jane Macario, Undersecretary to Movement for Administration. Agnes Catherine Mayon, Undersecretary for Finance. Lieutenant Pastan, Secretary for Rice Industry. Student Work Disabled, Assistant Secretary for Consumer Affairs, Concurrent Passengers Officer in Charge, Director Agribusiness and Marketing Assistant Service, Thomas. Assistant Secretary for Finance, Arnel de Mesa, Assistant Secretary for Operations, James Lyon, Assistant Secretary for the Inspectorate and Enforcement, Benavides, Assistant Secretary for Regulations, Attorney Boss Manalo, Director of Operations Service, Director National Core Program. President Nicoter, Youth Director of the Consulting Institute. Talent Christine Rosco, Bureau Director at BAFS, and the National Secretariat Bureau
Organization, PhilMech. John De Leon, Executive Director, Philippine Rice Research Institute. Saturnino Eufemia, Head Budget Division and National Meat Inspection Service. Bernadette San Juan, Director, National Organic Agriculture Program. Ruth Miklat Sonaco, Program Director, Center Director, National Livestock Program. Ulysses Lustria, Program Director, Special Area for Agricultural Development. Amar Yasir Baragir, OIC Program Head, Halal Food Industry Development Program. Alicia Ilaga, Director, AMIA Balik Provincia. And we have also, Madam Chair, our regional directors who are at the back, and we have also representatives from the Budget and Management Bureau of the Department of Management Office. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We will start now with the presentation. The order of presentation, please take note. Office of the Secretary, the National Rice Program, the National Corn Program, National High Value Crop Program, National Urban and Peri-Urban Program, Bureau of Plant Industry, National Organic Agriculture, Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Standard, Agribusiness and Marketing Service, Bureau of Animal Industry, National Meat Inspection Service, and then of course our RCEF, which will comprise of PhilMech, PhilRice, ATI, and ATI. Okay, so if you will notice, we will start with the crops, and then we'll go to fisheries, and then later on we'll go to meat, and then RCEF. Okay, so crops, we'll go to fisheries, livestock, and RCEF. Okay, so we will start with the presentation of the Office of the Secretary. Do you have a presentation?
Open. Okay, I'll just go ahead then. Thank you, Madam Chairperson for the Committee on Finance. members of the honorable members of the Senate, magandang hapon po sa atin. With the permission of Yusek Panganiban, allow me to present the Department of Agriculture's fiscal year 2024 plan and budget proposal based on the National Expenditure Program. The presentation, Madam Chair, provides a glimpse of what the key programs and projects and activities to be implemented for the requested 2024 budget. The details of these PAPs are going to be presented by the different operating units. But let me put in context the DA's budget by presenting the sector performance and how the 2022 and the first semester 2023 budget have been implemented. Next slide, please. Since the beginning of his administration, the President and the concurrent DA Secretary, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., emphasized that one of the main drivers of our push for growth and employment will be in the agriculture sector. This belief was again re-echoed in the second SONA held last July 24, 2023, wherein he highlighted the need to greatly improve the performance of the agriculture and fisheries sector through farm consolidation that would take advantage of economies of scale in both use and marketing of produce, faster mechanization of production activities, improvement of infrastructure and post-harvest facilities, and enhancement of sector's resilience to natural disasters. All these are elements to strengthening agri-value chain and the sector's linkage to the processing and manufacturing sector and eventually to this export market. Next slide, please. Indeed, the challenge was very well taken. We saw a rebound of the sector with its GVA growth rate increasing from a negative 0.3% in 2021 to 0.5% growth rate in 2022. The sector's performance further improved in the first semester of 2023 with its GVA growth rate at 1.3%. All subsectors have contributed to this noteworthy performance of the sector, including livestock and poultry that were devastated by the African swine fever and the avian flu. The fishery subsector is the only one that staged a negative 6.8% growth rate during the said period. Next slide, please. Contributing to the modest growth of 0.5% in 2022, RDA's immediate and targeted interventions aimed to quickly respond to urgent issues that emerged at the advent of the year, in particular the hike in global prices of key inputs to production, such as fertilizer and fuel, because of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. The fertilizer discount vouchers and the fuel subsidies received by farmers and fisherfolk enabled them to continue agri-production activities amidst the input price hike issues. These sets of assistance were in addition to the unconditional financial assistance for rice farmers cultivating less than 2 hectares under the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, the Rice Farmer Financial Assistance, or the RFFA program provided by RA 11598. Efforts to help the hog industry recover from the African swine fever was enhanced through the Integrated National Swine Production Initiatives for Recovery and Expansion Program, as the department tried to overcome implementation challenges that somewhat hindered its early success. It should be noted that controlling the spread of ASF is really difficult because of the deceitful behavior of raisers and traders. In addition, monitoring and policing of these deceitful raisers and traders has been a little bit weak. The AA also has continued its Kadiwa retail selling activities to continue the presence of robust markets for agricultural products as the country recovers from the pandemic and respond to issues that emerged during the year. Additional financing was also provided from credit programs, for example, the Survival and Recovery or the SURE credit program. The Quick Response Fund was also made readily available for victims of calamities, specifically severe typhoons like the Carding and Paeng, to restart their farming fishing activities. Next slide, please. The banner programs were continued to be implemented since these are the bedrock activities for modernizing the agriculture sector and for achieving the goal of a food and nutrition secure and resilient Philippines while empowering farmers and fisherfolk. In DA's programs, projects, and activities, this extended innovative and appropriate technologies to increase productivity, add value to produce, and link the sector to markets through a stronger value chain. In this regard, the key projects and activities that made this happen are the clustering and consolidation of farmers and fisherfolks via the F2C2 program, provision of certified palay seeds, machinery, training and extension services, and credit support through the RCEF, provision of good quality seeds and planting materials for improved production of other crops, fingerlings for the fisherfolks, animals like hogs, cows, carabao to small livestock raisers, provision of financial grants to incentivize farmers to expand local production to fill up demand gap, like the Sagip Sibuyas project, provision of other inputs like fertilizer as well as farming and fishing equipment and paraphernalia, construction and rehabilitation of infrastructure like irrigation facilities, farm-to-market roads and post-harvest facilities, establishment of rural enterprises through the DA's Agricultural Market Assistance Service, and various ODA projects like the PRDP, and strengthening market assistance through the enhanced Kadiwa financial grant that benefited 137 FCAs and LGUs, among others. In the course of the implementation of these activities, over 2 million farmers and fisherfolks were benefited. This is not to mention the millions of consumers that were assured of the availability of more affordable and quality agri-products. In 2022, relevant plans and policies were also formulated and implemented to improve connectivity, to ensure more imports to fill up demand gaps while local production is being strengthened, and to stop discourage smuggling activities that puts pressure on market potentials of local produce. The latter was made possible with the enhancement of DA's regulatory services towards more transparent administration of importation procedures and processes, and the establishment of the Inspectorate and Enforcement Office. The next slide, Madam Chair, shows us how we utilize the 2022 budget. To implement the aforementioned programs and projects in 2022, DA was allotted 82.3 billion pesos, which included current and continuing funds, as well as the other funds releases such as the calamity and the unprogrammed funds. Of this allotment, 76.2 billion pesos was obligated. Of the obligated, 77% was disbursed, or around 58.8 billion. Around 6.2 billion was reported unobligated, 3.6 billion pesos of which was reverted to the Treasury, and the remaining 2.6 billion pesos was made available for utilization in fiscal year 2023. The 17.3 billion will still have to be paid by end of 2023, and when this is done, DA's final obligation rate would be at 92% and disbursement rate at 77%. Next slide, please. Going to the first semester of 2023, that's from January 2023 to June 2023, many of the emergency and targeted activities that were rolled out in 2022 were continued in 2023, considering the persistence of the same issues. An additional calamity happened in 2023, the oil spill that took place in Mimaropa, that DA has to respond to assist the affected livelihood of fisherfolk in region. In this regard, the DA mobilized 25 million pesos to aid this fisherfolk. Other issues that challenged the sector during this period were economic in nature. The banning of India's non-basmati rice exports that was followed by similar pronouncement of other Asian countries created speculation causing world prices to rise, an event that has to be properly managed by the government to ensure supply is available and prices are stabilized. At DA, measures were rolled out to respond to these issues that came about during the 2020, the first semester of 2021. Similarly, next slide, please. Similarly, the same projects and activities were pursued in fiscal year 2023's first semester by the various operating units of the department. Activities and projects which are deemed to have significant impact in increasing productivity and production were expanded to further strengthen the value chain. Renewed efforts to develop the revitalized coconut industry started with the completion and implementation of the Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan funded from the Coconut Levy. As of the first semester of 2023, over 500,000 more farmers has been added to the 2022 number benefiting from the interventions of the DA's program. In the light of the rice price hike issue, we've further intensified the regulatory efforts, specifically our anti-smuggling campaign to protect the local markets. For the 2023 budget, therefore, we were allotted, DA was allotted 91 billion pesos, as of 30 June 2023. For this first semester, the department has already obligated 60% of the 91 billion pesos allotment and has already disbursed around 47%, amounting to 25 billion pesos. Moving forward, Madam Chair and members, honorable members of the Senate, moving forward to 2024, the department's programs, projects, and activities for implementation will continue to be geared towards ensuring accessibility to adequate, affordable, safe, and nutritious food at all times that will benefit all Filipinos while raising the farmers' incomes and fisher folks' income. To complement this thrust, greater focus will be afforded to address the gaps and weaknesses in developing strong, modernized, and climate-resilient value chains. This thrust will be accompanied by strategies that would boost local production, increase investment on post-harvest and processing facilities, and improving the efficiency of logistics and marketing systems. All these efforts will be supported by the formulation of conducive and enabling environment in the form of policy reforms and strengthening of institutions and services of the Department of Agriculture. In order to implement these priority strategies and thrusts, the department is being afforded a total National Expenditure Program of 167.5 billion pesos for fiscal year 2024. This amount is 6.15% or 9.7 billion higher than the fiscal year 2023 General Appropriations Act. While this means a slight increase for the DA budgetary allocation from last year, the afforded NEP is only 42% of the budget proposal of the department that was submitted to DBM that would help fast-track the development or modernization of the agriculture and fishery sector. The proposal to DBM is shown on the slide as the green bar. The violet and the orange bars are the 2023 budget and the 2024 NEP, respectively. Let me now provide you a glimpse of what are the projects, the programs, projects, and activities that are going to be implemented under those three major thrusts that I just mentioned a while ago, Madam Chair and members of the Senate. To boost local production, the department has a proposed allocation of around 33.1 billion to provide production support services, such as input subsidies through distribution of seed and fertilizer vouchers, provision of animals or brood stocks, fingerlings and planting materials or propagules, among others. In addition to these interventions are the activities and interventions that are going to be rolled out by the regular programs. The seed component of RCEF will be distributing more than 2 million bags of inbred seeds to cover 1.1 million hectares of rice area. A total of 33.8 billion is allotted for irrigation development. An amount of 32.5 billion will come from NIA, and the remaining 1.3 billion will be provided by the banner programs. Next slide, please. To further boost production while lowering the production cost, the department will progressively invest in farm mechanization that is crucial to improve land productivity and at the same time reduce labor cost. Labor relieved because of mechanization can be employed in other agri-related activities, especially in the segments of a stronger agri-value chain. The Farm and Fisheries Clustering and Consolidation Program that is deemed to support the strengthening of the value chain is afforded 145.2 million pesos. In developing a strong value chain, post-harvest facilities including cold storages will have to be upgraded for existing ones and expanded with construction of new ones in strategic areas. The facilities are critical to minimize post-harvest losses and extend shelf life of easily perishable commodities. The 5 billion budget for RCEF mechanization program will continue and is included in the budget of post-harvest and other related machinery facilities. Other PAPs that support the development of strong value chain include the adoption of appropriate technologies that enhance resilience and efficiency. Next slide, please. In terms of enhancing logistics and market efficiency, more funds are afforded to market development through the Kadiwa scheme, support in the establishment of fish markets and awarding of fish stalls to qualified fish groups, provision of startup funds to young entrepreneurs and enterprise development through the IREP component of the PRDP. Greater investments is going to be afforded to the construction of MMRs, now with the farm-to-market road network plan already approved and in place, upgrading and rehabilitation of the fish port complexes, small system irrigation facilities in addition to the national irrigation facilities of NIA. The DA's budget for infrastructure development has been and will continue to be complemented with funds from ODA, like the PRDP's iBuild component, the newly approved MIADP, and FISCOR projects have infrastructure development components in them. The construction of farm-to-market roads as laid down in the FMR network plan is provided an allocation for fiscal year 2024, an amount of 17.4 billion pesos for 2024. Next slide, please. As we head towards enhancing efficiency and accelerating the modernization of the sector, the following policy reforms and support services will be implemented to sustain the growth of the sector. Updating the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture, or the RSBSA, Farmers and Fisherfolk Enterprise Development Information System, or the FFEDEIS, mainstreaming of climate resilience agriculture, province-led agriculture and fisheries extension systems, extension and training services enhanced, and research and development programs will be expanded. To summarize, Madam Chair and members of the Senate, flashed on the screen are the budget allocation of the department's banner programs. Although the department's budget structure remains to be rice-centric, the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget allocation is starting to be geared to the implementation of commodity systems through diversification. The NRP, in fact, also promotes rice-based farming systems that will not only diversify produce but also will provide higher incomes to rice farmers. Majority of our banner programs receive increases in their total budget allocations, with the exception of the National Livestock and Halal programs, whose proposals were decreased by nearly 3.5% and 9% respectively. As for the National Fisheries Program, Madam Chair, it is included in the budget of BIFAR, which I will be showing later on in the next slides. Next slide. Approximately 108.5 billion is allotted for the department along with the attached agencies. Remarkably, the 2024 budget is 7.2% higher than the 2023 GAA allocation. While increases were afforded to most of the operating units, there are budgetary reductions in the fertilizer and pesticide border control management, meat inspection development, and the carabao industry development. Moreover, in terms of fishery and aquatic production, BIFAR is increased its budget by 13%. Meanwhile, targeted research and development on this sector through NFRDA is allocated a budget increase of 23%. Moving on to the budgetary support to government corporations, the department's attached corporations are proposing a total of 58.9 billion pesos. This is 4.26% higher than the fiscal year 2023 GAA. Among these corporations, the National Irrigation Administration continues to have the highest budget allocation of 41.3 billion pesos. Meanwhile, the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority received the largest budget increase at 100.5%, yielding a budget of about 5 million under fiscal year 2024 NEP. My last slide, Madam Chair, is to present the Committee on Finance B form. It shows the breakdown of DA's overall NEP, including attached agencies and attached corporation, by personnel services, overhead, regulatory, research, and projects and programs. These figures are subject to change due to ongoing revisions of each operating units.
And I have that previous
slide.
Meron lang ako.
The attached corporations po?
National.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
this one. Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
My last slide is on the Form B of the committee's request. It shows the breakdown of DA's overall NEP by personnel services, overhead, regulatory, research, and projects and programs. These figures are subject to change due to ongoing revisions of each operating units as a result of the ongoing briefings, that's still continuing. As to its further details, those will be discussed by our banner programs and projects in the respective presentations. For fiscal year 2024, personnel services amounting to 17.25 billion includes the allocation for salaries of permanent employees and payment for other professional services, including the contract of service personnel and labor and wages. For the overhead, this includes operating and mandatory expenses such as maintenance of facilities, construction of office building, upgrading of office research facilities, among others, which the department has allocated 10.3 billion, or around 6.6% of the total budget. The increase in overhead expenses can be attributed to the approved construction of integrated laboratories and procurement of complementary technical equipment amounting to 599 million. The regulatory expenses includes all allocation for the conduct of regulatory activities such as inspection of agricultural products and facilities, issuance of permits, surveillance, among others, amounting to 3.13 billion, which is 9.42% lower than the 2023 GAA. Around 1.3% or 2 billion is allocated for research and development programs. The largest portion of our budget is at 80.4%, or equivalent to 134.6 billion pesos, is for the implementation of various programs and projects that are provided directly to farmers and fisher folks. The increase is due to the implementation of the Farm Cluster Development Project under the National Rice Program and the additional cold storage facilities lodged under the National High Value Crops and Development Program. Moreover, the increase is also attributed to the approved allocation for the various locally funded and foreign assisted projects such as the Farm to Market Road, with an increased allocation amounting to 2.7 billion pesos, increased support to National Soil Health Program in the amount of 578 million, approved Phase 2 of the Special Area for Agricultural Development, the newly approved Philippine Rural Development Project Scale-Up Program, and the increased allocation for the PFDA amounting to 2.4 billion, mainly for upgrading rehabilitation of the Nabotas fish port. Thank you, and rest assured, Madam Chair and members, honorable members of the Senate, the Department is committed in staying true to its mandate of promoting agricultural development and contributing to economic growth. Hangad po namin ang inyong patuloy na pagsuporta tungo sa isang masaganang agrikultura, maunlad na ekonomiya. Good afternoon to all.
Thank you very much, Yusek Sombilia. I just want to recognize the presence of Senator Tulfo. I think he left temporarily. Senator Risa Hontiveros, and of course, the presence of Yusek Savillano. Okay, thank you. Now, we recognize for her question, Senator Binay.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Yusek Sumbilya, kanina pa nabanggit nyo na may mga opisina na medyo substantial yung pag-decrease ng budget nila. For example, yung Fertilizer and Pesticide Authority, National Meat Inspection, Philippine Carabao Center, and then yung Dairy Authority. Well, specifically, lalo ho dun sa Carabao at saka dun sa Dairy Authority, nakailang hearing na ho kami with ni Madam Chairperson on how we will increase our production from 1%. And with the decrease in the budget, paano ho natin ma-attain yung goal that na sana yung production natin would increase to more than 1%. And then, tapos dun ho sa meat inspection, tapos na ho ba yung problema natin sa ASF for us to decrease the budget of this office? Pati ho dun sa naayos na din ho ba yung problema sa mataas na fertilizer? And siguro sabi ho, Yusek, with the decline in the budget, ano ho yung mga programa na matatamaan?
Okay. The explanation po from our budget officer is that the increases that were, the budget of last year, the additional budget of last year came from insertions, actually, from the bicameral. Insertions po daw yon, yung increases of the budget at that time. Sa National Dairy, opo, sa Carabao, opo. Magkano yung insertion? 400 plus daw po, ma'am.
What did they insert?
Ikaw na kasi dito naman. Dito ka.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
Madam Chair, Your Honor. The increase last year ay galing po siya doon sa mga recasted budget coming from yung pong galing po siya sa NEP na rin namin po, pero pagdating po dun sa BICAM ay nagkaroon po ng mga recast. Kaya po nalagyan po sila.
Ano ibig sabihin ng recasted?
Katulad po sa herd build-up, nalagyan po siya. Ngayon po, pag po gumawa uli ng budget, yung pong sa DBM po, hindi po nila kinoconsider pag po hindi galing sa NEP, original NEP. Kaya po, pagbigay po nila sa atin ng ating Tier 1, ay bumabalik po siya dun sa level kung magkaano po yung original na ibinigay po nila. Yes, yes.
Hindi, pero ma'am, if that is the rationale, bakit may mga ibang departamento na tumaas? Ibig sabihin na wala silang insertion.
Opo, yung iba
So,
po,
parang-
wala naman po. Yung iba po ay kung paano po yung original na NEP, yun pa rin po yung sa kanila. Tapos ngayon
Hindi,
po,
pero
dahil
kasi if we will
meron
follow
po,
that logic, di dapat wala ho silang increase dito. Dapat zero increase. Kasi, kumbaga, tinuloy lang ng DBM what was the existing budget for this year. But may nag-increase ho ng mga ahensya eh. So,
yung
saan
iba
ho
pong-
nanggaling yung increase na yon?
Yung iba pong nag-increase ay katulad po ng paglagay po ng budget para po sa foreign assisted, katulad po ng PL480, nagkaroon po sila ng additional budget para po sa
Saan ho yung
Ano po
For
siya?
example,
One of the biggest increase is the Philippine Ports Authority.
Opo.
And I think it's about Navotas.
Opo,
Diba? You're
opo.
building the fish port in Navotas. Do you know that there is a problem in the fish port of Navotas because of reclamation? If we continue with the reclamation, people will be having a hard time going to the fish port of Navotas. Why are we increasing the budget when there's a problem?
Well, Madam Senator, with regards the Philippine fish ports in Nabotas, the contention of the director of Fish Port Development Authority is to increase our participation in the provinces where we have fish ports that are not yet in full operation. And on that basis, the allotment given last year was to improve and strengthen the fish port of not Nabotas but other places.
Madam Chair, kaya ito ho ba nag-increase ng 100%?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me a fish port that is having problem because of reclamation will increase their budget ng 100%? Parang hindi siya logical, di ba?
Madam Chair, unless po the agency is not aware na there is an ongoing
No,
or
no.
a potential program
No,
for
the head of the agency of the Nabotas Fish Port attended our reclamation hearing. And he said that they're still waiting for the assurance that they will not be affected by reclamation. All the ports in Manila are complaining. The Yacht Club, the North Harbor, the South Harbor, the ICTSI, they are all complaining that they are having problem. They will be having problem because of the reclamation, because the access to their port will be affected. And even the International Shipping Line Organization were saying that the pilot, di ba, pag dumadating ka sa fish port, ipinapilot ka. They're charging so much because it's very difficult to pass through na with this reclamation. So, ang laki-laki ng kanilang gastos kasi ang mahal na ng singil ng pilot. So, we are having a problem, and then you are increasing by 100% the budget of that fish port. Can you explain to me the logic behind that? Kasi last year, yung Navotas Fishport, binigyan din ng malaking budget. And this year, it will be given, hindi nila kino-consider that we're having problem in Manila Bay. Diba? Baka mamaya ilalagay mo doon tapos hindi makakarating doon yung mga boat na may dalang fish. We have to settle that, diba? So there's no explanation there. So they will explain later. So kasi we cannot finish all the department and the agencies today. We will have another hearing there asking if they can explain later.
Yes. Madam Chair, kasi yung explanation nila was, di ba, parang si Carabao Center and si National Dairy nabawasan kasi nagkaroon ng insertion yung Congress. And then you go back to parang your original budget. So how come the other agencies, if you follow that logic, I would assume that all the other agencies, CDBM, would just retain the same level of budget. For example, PhilFida. So bakit yung PhilFida nadagdagan ng 13%? When pwede naman sana that 13% binigay na lang ho dun sa National Dairy Center.
The question niya, why are you reducing the budget of National Dairy and Philippine Carabao Center when we have a problem sa milk supply in the Philippines? The milk supply in the Philippines is 1% of demand and 99% imported. Oo. Hindi pa, nung ko pa yan sinasabi several years ago, I cannot understand that these agencies were created in the 1990s. One is 30 years old and another one 1995 and 1992. But 1% of demand, two agencies in milk, 1% of demand after 30 years. Yun ang tapos ngayon makikita pa natin, binababa pa yung budget. So, please explain to
And
us.
in fact,
the logic.
and then in fact, Madam Chair, di ba, for this milk industry, may convergence ho siya with other government agency.
Yes,
Kasi alam naman ho natin na meron tayong feeding program na ginagawa ngayon na gusto nga natin na yung mga farmers natin would go into dairy production para may ready market na sila na yung gagamitin ng DepEd sa kanilang feeding program, kukunin na nila sa ating mga dairy farmers. But kung hindi natin kung yung DA mismo hindi paglalaban sa DBM na talagang kailangan dagdagan yung budget ng Dairy Center tsaka ng Carabao Center at aasa na lang kayo palagi sa congressional insertion. So parang hindi namin nararamdaman yung pagbibigay nyo ng importansya dito sa ganitong sektor ng ating agrikultura.
Madam Chair, if I can respond. The proposal that DA provided, submitted to DBM for the National Dairy Authority is 1.3 billion. Ang ibinigay lang po sa amin ay 272 million. Sa PCC po, 1.4 billion. Ang ibinigay po ay 711 million.
You ask the DBM for a budget, and they cut the budget, you don't talk to them na this is a priority and that is not their priority.
Yeah. We did po kasi 'di ba nung binalik nila yung NEP na nagsumulat ulit kami and we were requesting for addition of these agencies pero they stuck to what they already provided. So
we will increase the budget.
Yun.
Where do we get the
And
budget?
ano ho ba yung programa na tatamaan dahil hindi nga nataasan yung budget nila? Ano ho ba to? Additional livestock? Ganun ho ba yung mababawasan na programa? Or ano ho ba to? Walang bagong... Madam Chair, ano yung pinapatayo natin yung pinapatayo niyo sa probinsya, parang pasteurization, processing centers?
No. In the Coconut Industry Development Fund, I encourage the inclusion of dairy in the high value crop program because under the coconut tree, you can either plant cacao, coffee, and dairy. And because those are high value crops, they can provide additional income to farmers. Kasi yung typical coconut farmers using hybrid seedlings, pag yung local seedlings, ang kita lang nila isang buwan is 1,500 a month. Pag pinalitan natin ng hybrid seedlings yung coconut, nagiging triple ang harvest, nagiging 4-5. But 4-5 is still not good enough for a farmer. So we encourage the intercropping. They either intercrop with cacao, with coffee, or with dairy or native animal. And so we included dairy, only dairy. So because of that, 500 million yung intercropping with coconut, they will be given additional 166 million a year because it will be shared by coffee, cacao, and dairy. So 166 each. So what they will do is they will distribute 50 cows and 1 processing equipment, which will amount to 10 million with the miscellaneous expenses. So yung 160 would give 16 projects. 16 provinces will have, but that's very small. And when we passed the masustansyang pagkain para sa mga batang Pilipino under the DepEd program, we inserted there that they should buy milk from the farmers, dairy farmers. Oo. So may market na sila. So I was thinking that if it's 1%, it's so far. So in addition to that insertion in the coconut industry and Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Fund, we will give also budget to NDA and Carabao so that wag naman 1%. Sobra na yon. We've been 1%. Pag 1% ang production mo ng milk, ibig sabihin, ang mga batang mahihirap na Pilipino hindi iinom ng milk. Pag hindi mo pinainom ng milk, mahirap na nga, hindi pa tatalino, wala nang pag-asang paglaki ay medyo mag-middle class sila man lang kasi magaling na sila at nakapag-aral na sila. Yun lang naman ang habol ko dito.
Madam Chair, to respond to Senator Binay's question a while ago, sa National Dairy po, yung operations po ang tinamaan. The allotment in 2023 is 700, or almost 800,000, 800 million. Bumaba po siya dito sa NEP ng 218. Dito naman sa PCC, yung herd build-up ang nawala. It was, 700, almost 700.
Paano tayo magkakagatas kung walang herd build-up?
Bumili ako ng kalabaw para magtayo ako ng dairy farm. Kailangan 50. It took me 2 years to buy 50 carabao in Central Luzon. So talagang walang herd. Walang herd na mabili. Tapos hindi nyo pa bibigyan ng budget. May problema tayo sa milk. Kaya
Siguro, Madam Chair, tingnan na lang natin if we can still,
I
amend.
would ask your help. Yung hindi masyadong importanteng program nyo,
Oo.
ilipat nyo na lang sa herd na lumaki yung production natin ng milk. Kasi milk is very important for the young. Kasi gusto nating lumaking matatalino yung mga anak natin, lalo na yung mga anak ng mahihirap. Hindi bali yung anak mayayaman, pwede nilang ibili ng milk kahit imported. But yung anak ng mahihirap sa probinsya, walang panggagalingan. And tulungan nyo kasi kawawa naman, mahirap na nga. Hindi nyo pa patatalinuhin, di lalo namang continuously maghihirap sila, di ba? So maybe Yusek Sombilia, you can look for other portions of the budget which we can reallocate to NDA and
Tapos,
Philippine Carabao.
Moving to another agency, USEC, itong National Meat Inspection, nabawasan din sila. Eh, di ba, ito yung importante din yung role nila to prevent the entry of diseases. Eh, hindi pa naman, di ba hindi pa naman ho tapos yung problema natin sa ASF? So at the moment, ilang probinsya pa ho yung may ASF and bird flu. And may mga emerging disease pa ho na lumalabas ngayon.
Did you give additional budget to the operation of the first border facilities in your budget? Meron ba?
Meron po naman. Dr. Limson? Sefa. Operations budget.
Yung first border facility na itinatayo natin, it has a 2.5 billion budget for 3. It's Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, rather Cebu and Davao. But you have to establish a lab, marami pang gagawin doon.
Yes.
So
yes,
do you
Madam Chair.
have a budget for the improvement of the first border facilities?
For next year po, meron pong naka-allocate.
Magkano?
15 million po for
Ano?
operations. 15 million.
Marios. Ano? 15 million? Nakikita ko, research nyo lang yung 15 million. Research on mango, research on calamansi, research on ano. Tapos first border facility, lalagyan nyo ng 15 million. Alam nyo ba na ang losses na natin because of ASF sa livestock industry is 200 billion?
Yes po.
Bibigyan mo ng 15 million? To operate our first border facility. Tatlo yan, ha? Isang Cebu, isang Mindanao, isang Davao, at isang Bulacan. Jesus Maria.
Yes po. So, USEC, ano ho yung matatamaan dun sa decrease? Hindi mo ba dapat nga tumataas pa tong budget?
Sa NMIS po. Okay. Yung 66.727 million na natanggal sa kanila is capital outlay daw po na which are scientific equipments and which are non-recurring items in fiscal year 2024 NEP.
Hindi no, there's no additional.
No additional.
But with this existing budget, sufficient na ho siya to protect us from entering
capital outlay naman palang pa
ang
ito.
tinamahan.
Yes, okay.
Pero magkano yung original budget request niya for
Budget request natin for NMIS 1.2 billion, almost 1.2 billion, Madam Senator.
yun na nga ho, Isaac, hindi ko rin maintindihan kung bakit, di ba ito yung mga departamento na dapat every year tuloy-tuloy yung pagtaas nila kasi napakahalaga nito dun sa border security natin. Tapos, di sana ni-retain na lang yung 66 million, baka nagamit pa siya for other things.
Nung fiscal year 2023, 552 po ang kanyang ano. So medyo yun lang naman po ang natanggal yung capital outlay.
That first border facility, we inserted that. Kasi nga, we thought that that's very important. We are the only country in Asia without a first border facility. Kaya ako, binigyan na namin ng budget yan ng 2019, hindi nila itinayo eh. Oh. Tapos nitong 2022, binigyan uli namin ng budget. Ayaw na naman itayo. Kung hindi pa ako nagalit, ayaw itayo. 200 billion na losses sa ASF, hindi nyo pa itatayo. Kasi yung first border facility has a lab. So pagdating ng imported na meat, pwedeng tingnan sa lab kung may sakit o hindi. Para kung may sakit, i-reject natin, di ba? Bakit ayaw nyo bigyan ng importance yun? May mga importanteng bagay talaga na dapat nating ginagawa. Nakikita ko yung iba nyo, hindi naman ganun ka-importante, doon nyo dinadala ang budget. Tapos doon sa mga importanteng bagay, hindi nyo dinadala budget doon. So I guess, Yusek Savillano, you have to study this because baka mamaya matayo yung structure ng first border facilities, hindi naman mag-operate.
Yes,
Kasi wala na kayong inilagay na budget for its operation.
yes, ma'am. We'll do that.
Madam Chair, siguro, kasi Madam Chair, isa ho dun sa advocacy natin itong pag-develop ng ating Philippine tropical fabric. And nakita ko ho na nag-increase yung budget ng PhilFida. And nandiyan naman ho sila. Kaso lang ho, yung parang isa dun sa naging programa nila is yung pag-create ng weaving center. Ang tanong ko ho is, parang for me, yung nakita ko dun sa baba, there's a need to increase yung source of our fabric, di ba? Fabric, for example, yung planting material ho, for example, pinya. Ang laki ho ng potential ng pinya in the export market as a finished product. Ilang hectares na ho ba yung existing natin na, kasi in fact, candidate ho yung pinya natin to be declared sa UNESCO World Heritage because this variety of pineapple can only be grown in Aklan. Tama po ba? Correct?
Po, meron po naman po sa sa mga ibang countries, pero talagang dito po talaga ang
Ito ho para
major. Po.
So ngayon, are we conducting research on how we can propagate more of this pineapple, or how do we increase the hectares na magtatanim yung ating mga kababayan sa probinsya ng ganitong product? May ganong programa ho ba yung PhilFida? Na for example, ako, mayroon akong isang community na gusto kong tulungan na 5 hectares. Meron ho ba akong makukuha, may mabibigay ho ba sa akin si PhilFida na 5 hectares na planting material together with the research, and how do I start with that product? May ganun ho ba? Kasi nakita ko ho dito weaving center, which parang for me is not a mandate of PhilFida. Pwede
Weaving
na ho.
center can be established by private, but the yarn should be produced by the farmer. Oo, kasi yan ang naging problema ko din sa weaving center ko eh. Ako may ino-operate na weaving center. Tinigil ko kasi ang mahal-mahal ng cotton yarn na imported. So, tinatanong ko yung PhilFida, wala ba kayong ma-produce na cotton yarn for me para maituloy ko yung weaving center ko? So, yun ang problema natin, the yarn. Kasi lahat ng yarn natin imported. I'm sure Yusek Savillano, meron din kayong weaving center sa Ilocos,
Yes,
di
we
ba?
have, ma'am.
So,
Yeah,
so for example, yung sa Philippine silk, kung gusto ko magtanim ng mulberry, is there sufficient supply of mulberry? Which I think PhilFida should focus on that.
Madam,
So like meron ho silang budget na 20 million for a weaving center.
Madam Chair, can I request Asek Kabebang to respond to your
Yeah, okay, thank you.
inquiries?
Good afternoon, Your Honors, Madam Chair. We have a project, we can have the support for seedlings, ma'am. For pinya, if pinya is what you would. Yes, ma'am, we have. Yes, ma'am.
Silk, siya gusto niya silk, ako gusto ko cotton.
So parang at the moment, ilang mulberries yung pwede nyo i-provide na sa farmers?
Previously, ma'am, we had the sericulture project. We are still verifying how many hectares or how many area are there still. Yung sa, lalo-lalo na po yung sa mulberry.
Yun, I think I have to be straight.
Apo.
Kasi nagiging problema ho natin, you don't talk to the other agencies. Si PTRI ho, which technically sa kanila yung research, nandyan na, meron na silang existing sa Villanueva, Misamis. Ang ano ho nila ngayon is more planting materials para maumpisahan yung industriya, which I think sana doon na lang mag-focus ho yung PhilFida doon sa planting, yung pag-develop mismo ng fiber, and let the other agencies do their their perspective jobs. For example, no, like yung weaving. I mean, I think DOS, and I think ano si DSWD, meron silang mga SLP programs, pwedeng dun ho DTI, meron din ho, 'di ba? But yung kumbaga kanya-kanya tayong trabaho kasi with limited budget nga, let us kumbaga concentrate, or for example yung
Yeah.
bamboo,
Yes.
napakalaki ho ng potential niya for fabric, which sana dun mag-concentrate si PhilFida.
Ma'am?
Why not we realign yung para sa weaving center to the planting and production of yarn?
Ma'am,
Yes,
can I add?
yeah.
Because one of the biggest problem now of the weaving industry is yung yung designer namin. Kasi like in Ilocos, we have only one designer, yung tawag namin na naggaganay. Pag namatay ho yun, wala na. So I think we should have a program for that also. Yung naggaganay ho, yung siya ho yung parang nagdi-design.
Parang si Gamaba Magdalena, parang ganun ba yun?
Yeah, pero what I'm saying is it should be a
Gamaba.
holistic approach, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Walang yarn.
So I'm just
Hindi sila nagtatanim. Gusto nila, gagawa sila ng weaving center. Kami may weaving center, wala kaming yarn. Kasi if we buy imported yarn, napakamahal, hindi na competitive. Oo, kaya we stopped our weaving.
Siguro Yusek, doon nga kailangan may convergence yung iba't ibang
yun
ahensya.
ang
Which,
kailangan may convergence.
baka si DTI, nandun yung SITEM, nandun yung design center. So dapat like from the planting material to turn over nyo to another agency and then another agency.
And one thing, ma'am,
Makarating na ho siya dun sa intended
Madam Chair,
buyers.
and one thing, yung mga weavers kasi natin, nasa utak lang nila, it's not 310. So we have to train more. Kasi like in
Pero it's
yeah. No, ma'am, yung yung designing. Yes, ma'am.
And if we buy yarn na imported, napakamahal, hindi na competitive. Kaya that's why I'm asking PhilFida to develop the yarn. Oo, kasi without the yarn, how can we weave? Oo. Katulad ko, I have 17 weaving equipment, pumara na. Kasi hindi ko na ma-afford yung yarn. Kasi I'm comparing the cost of my blanket to the imported that you can buy in Divisoria. It takes me 250 per ang cost ng blanket ko ay 215, makakabili ka na ng blanket sa Divisoria na 90 pesos.
Siguro,
So,
yun na
namatay na yung ating
industry.
weaving center.
So yun na lang ko siguro, Madam Chair, na sana let us focus on the core functions ng ahensya. Kasi tinignan ko yung core functions ng PhilFida, wala naman ho dun yung pagtatayo ng weaving center.
We can realign. You know, this PhilFida, tigilan nyo na ako. Humihingi pa kayo ng building eh. Tinayo na kayo ng public works ng building sa Las Piñas eh. Si Mark, kasi may lupa sila sa Las Piñas, tinayuan sila ng building. In exchange, binigay nila sa public works yung some of their land para magtayo naman ng sports center. So natayo na sila ng building. Ngayon, hindi nila sinasabi sa akin na bigyan sila ng additional budget for planting and producing yarn. Ang hinihingi na naman nila another building. Hindi naman kayo pwede naman kayong umupa ng building, but gawin nyo yung inyong trabaho na mag-produce ng yarn. Kasi ako ang unang victim ng PhilFida. Ako, my own experience. I have a weaving center, I stopped it eh. Kasi I cannot afford the imported yarn anymore. It's too expensive. Sana ma-develop nyo na competitive yung yarn natin sa Philippines. Can you do that? And ano yung budget nyo to promote more planting and production of yarn para yung mga weaving centers can have yarn, raw materials para i-weave? Can you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Madam Chair. Last point na lang ho. May programa ho ba tayo for how we can grow ho yung industriya for export ng foliage, cut flowers, and mga live plants? Part 2 ba siya ng high value?
Madam Chairman, thank you po. Tama po ma'am, although ornamentals in the industry is part of the high value crops ma'am, hindi po siya ganun nasuportahan from the last few years. Ngayon po this year po, it's part of our focus. Actually next year nga po, hopefully by May or June, we'll hold a summit po for that para po yung mga kasi po meron naman po tayo na
Pero naman nga, so what kind of support
Ah,
can we, that industry expect?
Ma'am, basically po, ang atin sa high value crops, yung planting materials, ito pong post-harvest equipment, yung technologies po na pwede natin, we can tap the experts. And of course, in collaboration po with ATI.
Oh, and I think, Madam Chair, isa to dun sa pwede nating itap na industriya for export. Alam mo nyo ba yung sa IKEA na binibenta na halaman? Not just here in the Philippines, but in Europe. Sa atin ho nang gagaling yan. There's a plantation, there's a farm in Batangas. Tayo ho nagsusupply nung mga halaman na binibenta sa IKEA. So, para every month ho ata 10 containers yung pinapadala nila abroad. Laki ho ng potential, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andito ba ang Internal Audit Service? May present ba taga-Internal Audit Service? Wala? Okay. Then, may tanong lang ako, Noong May 1 to May 31, 2022, nag-issue po ang DA yung notice to proceed tungkol po doon sa fertilizer na nanalo sa bidding ang Universal Harvester. Kilala niyo po yung Universal Harvester, right? And yet, pagdating po ng May 30, 300 bags lang na fertilizer ang na-deliver, and May 31, 1,000 bags. Ang nasa kontrata, 40,000 bags of fertilizer.
Ilan yung
40,000 bags po na nalo sa bidding itong Universal Harvester. 40. Yes. And yet, ang na-deliver lang ay 1,300 bags.
Fertilizer is National Rice Program. Kanino sinupply? Kanino sinupply? Lahat sila namili ng fertilizer.
Nasa listahan po ito ng Internal Audit Service, kaya nga hinahanap ko kasi itong record na ito, nakuha ko to sa Internal Audit Service. Ito pang matindi. Nagpa-extend siya. So dapat, kinansela na yung kanyang kontrata at pinasa na sa next lowest bidder. Adding insult to injury, the following year, nagkaroon ulit ng second bidding, Universal Harvester na naman. Napakalakas naman itong si Universal Harvester. Alam to ng mga taga-DA. Sir, tumatawa kayo, Yusek Sebastian, baka meron alam ka rito. Hindi mo alam? Dapat alam mo, ikaw yung Yusek Paulit-ulit na lang, palaging lumulutang itong Universal Harvester. Region 3, Region 9, Region 4A, Universal Harvester. Ang palaging pumapalya, and yet paulit-ulit na nananalo sa bidding. At pinapasali pa rin sa bidding. Dapat blacklisted na ito. What's going on? Can anybody answer me?
From our ComSec, they said they invited Director Christopher Banyas, Director Internal Audit Service of DA, but did not show up. Wala. Director Christopher Banyas. Kilala niyo siya? Universal harvester sa computer ko sino.
Nung sa Region 9, walang nangyari na bidding para sa worth 230 million pesos contract for the purchase of fertilizers. Ang ginamit lang ay purchase order. Na alam naman ninyo, bawal. Dapat bidding. We're talking of 230 million. Dapat may makasuhan dito ng plunder. Madam Chair, kailangan maimbestigahan to ng malaliman.
Sino ba nagbibid ng fertilizer? Alam ko, pinakamalaking regions. So, for whom? For whom? The National Rice Program or to any other program?
This is the National Rice.
Paraging region, miski National Rice Program, region. O, sinong region? Sino? Region 9.
Ganito kasing proseso niya.
Tawagin yung director ng Region 9. Magpakilala ka, iho, kung sino ka.
Good afternoon po. Ray Campomanes from DA Region 9. OIC Red.
So,
sabi ni Senator Tulfo, award daw kayo sa Universal Harvester ng 230 million worth of fertilizer without bidding. You issued a purchase order.
Now, meron pong public bidding siya, Senator.
meron?
Meron po.
At bakit ang harvester ang nanalo kung meron?
Meron silang, at the time when that was bidded out, I think there are, because I was not yet the director at that time, there are 3 bidders who participated, and the lowest bidder is Universal Harvester po.
And what's your name?
Ray Campomanes po.
Ray Campomanes.
Reynaldo Campomanes.
Mr. Reynaldo Campomanes, pumalpak na itong harvester, paulit-ulit, dapat blacklisted na. Bakit niyo pa rin pinapasama ito sa bidding process? Bakit niyo pinapayagang sumali pa rin ito? Alam mo yung proseso, di ba? Kapag ikaw ay nanalo sa bid, dapat nandiyan ay mga fertilizer sa warehouse. In fact, merong mga taga-DA na gustong inspect yung warehouse para to make sure na nandiyan ay mga fertilizer. Ang nangyari, ayaw niya kayong papasukin. Ayaw niya papasukin yung mga taga-DA to inspect. Dapat yun, pag nanalo sa bidding, meron na notice to proceed, agad-agad may di-deliver na yung mga fertilizer at mababayaran siya. What happened here is, wala pa pala siya mga fertilizer sa warehouse niya. I-order pa lang niya. So ang nangyari, nung nanalo sa bidding, pupunta sana mga taga dito, inspect the warehouse, hinaharang niya. And then what happens next? Humingi siya ng extension. Hanggang sa later on, nag-buy time siya, saka palang paparating kanya mga fertilizer. 230 million. Tama? Nanalo siya sa bidding. Are you sure? Can you show us documents pertaining to that? And then my next question is, alam nyo naman na paulit-ulit na ito pumapalpak itong universal na ito, dapat blacklisted na ito, and yet, palagi pa rin siyang sumasali at nananalo. God damn.
Sir, hindi ko po alam yung nangyari sa ibang region. Doon po sa amin.
No? Alam mo. Kasi bago ka, ikaw naman, niloloko mo naman kami iho. Sorry, I'll call you iho kasi ginagawa mo kaming tanga, parang bata. Hindi naman kami mga bata rito. Ikaw siguro ang bata. Bata who was just born yesterday. You have to do due diligence. Sa lahat ng sasali sa bidding, gumagawa kayo ng cross-matching. Nagtatanong kayo. Tumatawag kayo sa mga ibang region. Sino bang supplier nyo dito? Sino bang nanalo? Ano bang record nito sumasali sa amin? As simple as that. Nag-check kayo. Gumagawa ka ng research. Sino ba itong harvester na ito? 230 million ang sasalihan niyang bidding. then ang pinag-usapan natin by the hundreds of millions, dapat sobrang ingat kayo.
Senator Tulfo, from the Universal Harvester, the owner is Dr. Milagros Ong Hao, founded in 2003, based in Quezon City, agricultural product wholesaler. Here.
Sir, di ako naniniwala na hindi nyo alam. Especially kung malaking amount ang pinag-uusapan, the least you could have done is make some inquiry sa iba't ibang region, do some research about this company kung may kakayahan ba talaga sila na panindigan yung kontrata na pinanunulan nila. And you didn't do that. Pikit mata, pinasali nyo sila. Maybe you don't know, or maybe you know, na ito ay dapat blacklisted na. Bakit, sir?
Senator, bago pa lang po ako nakapasok sa DA, this transaction took place with my predecessor, kaya hindi po
2022.
masyadong
So sino yung predecessor mo?
si Director Dennis po.
Is he still here? Is still with DA?
Yes.
Pwede natin
Andyan.
patawag? Ang sa akin lang kasi dito, Madam Chair, dapat itong harvester na ito, itong Universal Harvester, dapat to blacklisted na. And yet from Region 9, Region 3, Region 4A, siya palaging namamayagpag, siya palagi ang nananalo.
Dennis here. Kasi hindi naman yata siya retired. Bata pa naman siya. Dennis. 4A siya. Kasama daw 4A? 4A.
4A.
School yung Region 4A. Siya ba yung nangyari ko?
Madam Chair, habang hinahanap po, with the permission of Senator Tulfo,
Yes.
tatanong ko lang ho, I guess, sa central office, ano ho ba yung polisiya nyo pagdating sa pag-blacklisting? Hindi ho ba dapat, dapat ho ba can the regional offices decide already? Or dapat ho ba galing sa central office? Na parang, oh, ito na yung mga listahan ng mga kumpanya na wag nyo nang i-entertain sa bidding.
Well, the regional directors are automatically in charge of the respective regions.
Have what you call, di ba minsan yung dinedelegate mo a certain amount but beyond that you go up. So ano yung amount na they can decide?
In as far as
Threshold.
the Department of Agriculture is concerned, there's no limit to.
What a regional director can do? Is that right?
I have released that directly to the regions and let them be responsible. But on the question of Senator Tulfo,
Oh,
since I came in August of 2022, I don't know about that allegation, but I'm assuring you, we shall do something about it. This is the only time that I learned about this anomaly. I'll attend to that.
where is
That's
the regional director of 4A? Ayan na. Saan ang regional director ng 4A?
Ma'am, actually, our director is currently on sick leave po, kaya hindi siya naka-attend dito. But I'm El Obligado po, PMed Chief of Region 4A. And according po dun sa aming pagtatanong sa aming mga kasama, ano po, ang Universal Harvester po ay hindi na po namin, supplier po namin siya dati noong 2018, but currently po wala po siyang sinusupply sa amin na fertilizer.
2022 po, sumali siya sa bidding?
Ang pagkakaalam po na, according to our rice program coordinator, 2018 pa po yung last na supply nila sa
Hindi po. Magpakita po kayo ng dokumento to prove na nung 2018 pa blacklisted na sila. O 2022 na hindi na sila sumali. You show us those documents na sino yung nag-provide ng mga fertilizer na nalo sa bidding noong 2021 up to 2022. Kasi may record ang internal audit service na sumasali pa ito ng bidding as far back as 2022, as late as 2022.
Noted. Yes. Noted po, sir. We will
Okay.
provide po.
Siguro next time mag-show up, magpakita yung taga-internal audit service. And then ako din siguro magpapakita ng dokumento sa inyo next time. Kasi ito mabilisan lang ito nakuha kong information na ito eh. Now, composting. Binibigay ito sa mga taga-LGU, may budget na 500 million. Okay, or more. Ito po ay binibigay sa LGU. Tama?
Senator, yung composting either sa LGU or sa co-op or to any association, kasi ang isang composter can service 1,000 households, so it should be a group of people
Tama.
that will do it.
And how much is a composting machine?
800,000 po.
800,000. So, paano ho ba ang pag-purchase, procure ng composting machine? Is it
Bureau of Soil and Water
Director,
Management.
Director Nilo.
Balik ka dito. Ayan na.
Magandang hapon po, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Senator Tulfo. Dr. Gina Nilo po from the Bureau of Soils and Water Management. So we have a program po on composting, and so the question is about how do we...
Just na po itong composting program, ano po? Am I right? 8 years na.
Yes, about
Right,
8 years
okay.
po.
And in this
17.
Programa to, it's just funds. Because of the high cost of fertilizer.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can produce fertilizer out of kitchen and garden waste. So I thought
Yes.
that this will enable the farmer to produce their own fertilizer, provided they are given the composting machine. So you were given a budget of 1 billion in 3 years ago,
Yes, ma'am.
2021, and then 3 billion last year, this 2023.
Yes po, ma'am.
And then now I have asked the National Rice Program to give you a budget of 2 billion because I want every town in the Philippines to have a composter.
Yes.
They can produce their own fertilizer.
Yes, thank you po, Madam
My
Chair.
question to you now, anong pangalan niyo po, ma'am?
Gina Nilo po, Dr. Gina Nilo.
Dr. Gina, ilan po ang composting machine na ngayon na
For 20
na ng DA?
Yes, sir. For 2022 po, we have about 1,000 composting machine. And for this 2023, it's about 3,200 composting machine.
Lahat-lahat po ilan na?
So it's
Give or take,
it's more than 4,000 composting machine. CFBW po ang tawag namin doon.
Okay, good. Saan po ito na-distribute at sino po yung mga nakatanggap nito?
Okay,
Ano po mga lugar?
thank you very much po. So these are distributed all over the country po, and meron po tayong qualification for the beneficiaries. So meron po tayong mga farmers association, meron din po tayong mga local government units, at and if this is for example, for the rice program, we give priorities to beneficiaries that are engaged in rice farming so that it will support the compost requirement or organic fertilizer requirement of our rice farmers. Similarly, kasama rin po dito yung ating mga organic agriculture program, corn program, high value program, because this is our way to promote adaptive balance fertilization strategy. This is our response to rising costs of fertilizer, because the idea here is to combine the use of compost or organic fertilizer with inorganic fertilizer. In so doing, we also sustain the fertility of our soils, because the use of compost will increase the nutrient holding capacity of our soil as well as water holding capacity. So this is also our way to adapt to climate change. Thank you po.
I agree
Mr.
with you.
Chair.
Now, ang second question ko po sa inyo, Doktora, ay gumanda ba ang yield ng harvest since nagkaroon itong composting program at nakapaggastos na tayo ng bilyones? At ano-ano po yung lugar na nag-benefit ng gusto nito? And can you give us a comparative study, yung before composting and then during composting, kung nagkaroon pa ng pagbabago sa yield, sa harvest?
Answer that. It was not supposed to improve the yield, the primary purpose. The primary purpose is you have free fertilizer. Kasi pag ikaw gumawa ng fertilizer mo, libre yon. Kasi ito comes from kitchen and garden waste. So yung parang ito, imbes na itapon sa landfill yung kitchen and garden waste, ginagawang fertilizer. Kasi ito, experience namin 20 years sa Las Piñas, we, all our kitchen and garden waste, which is 50% of the waste, we compost into fertilizer. And because of that, we don't throw the 50% of our waste. So ngayon, tapos nire-recycle yung plastic waste, we save 300 million a year from throwing away garbage.
Tama po yun.
Oh, so the ano here is yung libre yung fertilizer. Tapos malinis yung bayan mo kasi you don't have to throw away the waste. You recycle the waste.
Kaya nga, di ba, libreng fertilizer. So sana, dahil may fertilizer, gaganda yung yield ng harvest, right? Versus kung walang fertilizer. Ngayon, nabigyan ng
Would like to answer. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Senator Tolpo. The use of organic fertilizer is actually part of our recommendations in improving the yield of our rice. So it's part of the balanced fertilization. So it's not just using purely organic. So for example, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator, in our recommendation, we recommend at least 10 bags of organic fertilizer in addition to the use of the rice straw that is already in the field. Then you can also add additional inorganic fertilizer or biofertilizer. Now, the significance of using organic compost is that it has other micronutrients that are not available in inorganic. In inorganic, you have only N, P, and K at most. Whereas in organic fertilizer, you have the micronutrients like magnesium, sulfur, zinc, and then it also enhances the soil quality, the water retention, and then the sustainability of the rice farming in the long term.
Itong composting po, fertilizer, ginagamit niyo po to sa palay?
As part of the fertilization process
palay.
Sa rice.
Okay, sa rice. Hindi ho angkop dapat to kasi patubig yung sa rice, lulutang po itong compost.
Hindi sir, kasi they have to be composted properly. If you just use the the rice straw or the waste material without composting it, then it will float. But if it is properly using those composting machine, it's properly composted.
Okay.
And then it is degraded, then it is incorporated properly in the soil.
So do you have study to...
Use it in vegetable also.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with vegetable kasi, Madam Chair, yung information na tanggap ko, hindi bagay. Sa vegetable, okay ito in composting. Pero pagdating sa rice, hindi. Dahil sa rice, patubig yan. So, nandun yung possibility na lulutang to, itong composting.
It's part of our recommendation, Madam Chair and Mr.
Because they told me that compost with animal manure is very suited for rice. Can we call PhilRice now?
Yeah, this is actually what I'm saying is part of the recommendation of PhilRice, Madam Chair. Jan?
Madam Chair, Mr. Senator Tulfo, sir. Opo, yung pangkalahatan po natin siya tignan, bahagi po yung napoproduce from the composting machine, yung organic fertilizer. Sa rice po, isang paggamit nito, sa pagpupunla po nung planting material, sa seedbed pa lang, ginagamit siya. Para yung pong mga seedlings, kasi po yung kakayahan niya na gawing mas better yung soil, madali mong bunutin yung seedlings sa practice po sa rice bago mo ita-transplant pagka po gumagamit ng organic fertilizer. So ito po yung ngayon po yung tanong nyo na nakaka-contribute ba to sa yield. Mahirap pong i-separate kasi yung ano ba yung na-contribute niya dun sa total yield. Pero sa practice po talagang ginagamit yan ng ating mga farmers. Even po sa PhilRice, sa ating mga experiment stations po ginagamit.
So meron ba kayong studies nito na angkop na angkop talaga ang composting sa rice?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I would just like to give you an example. Do you remember in one time in Kadiwa at DA, they were selling rice at 25 pesos? That those cooperative are using purely organic. They're not using inorganic. They're using organic fertilizer and biofertilizer. And their cost of production, because they only use organic and biofertilizer, their cost of production is such a level that because the co-op also do the milling, the drying, they were able to sell it at 25 pesos just early this year and late last year. So that is how they were able to reduce their costs. And this is actually one of the technologies that we are scaling in our proposal, Madam Chair, in that agro, we call it Eco-SRI. This is purely organic way of raising rice, of growing rice at a yield that it is still good for farmers who have limited resources. So that is the target of the Eco-SRI, Madam. Do you still remember the one clustering that we have in the proposal, Madam Chair?
Thank you for that answer. Now,
Pong farmer na nakakabenta sa Kadiwa store ng 25 pesos per kilo, their cost of production is 8 pesos per kilo sa Nueva Ecija. And I'm glad they're using this organic fertilizer for that. Kaya malaki ang tulong kasi hindi nabibili ng fertilizer. Tapos mas malaking bawas sa gastos yung pagbili ng fertilizer.
Yes, Madam Chair, and we want to scale that in bigger scale because the challenge always in the Philippines, Madam Chair, is that we demonstrate it, but then we don't do it in scale. So that's why in our program now, we want to fund it and do it in larger scale with more farmers participating, more cooperatives participating.
Paano mo binibili? Kasi baka katulad ng fertilizer may issue. How do you go about buying the composter?
Thank you po, Madam Chair. First of all, yung question po tungkol sa does it increase yield? Definitely po it increases yield. Because just this year, 2023, we have a nationwide program all over the country on the adaptive balanced fertilization strategy. We have several protocols po depending on the target yield. And most of our demonstration is the target yield
Doctor, if I can interrupt, sabi mo, nagkaroon ng increase sa yield.
Yes po.
So meron ho ba kayong comparative study nung before composting and then during composting? Ilan po yung na-increase na yield?
Yes po.
Kasi kung sinasabi niyo po nag-increase yung yield, bakit number one importer pa rin tayo number one importer na tayo ngayon ng rice? Na-overtaken pa natin yung China.
Yeah, so that is the very reason po why we have to scale up and the very reason why we need to make use and intensify the distribution of our CFBW, our composting facilities, because it really helps. Meron po tayong mga data to...
Kasi kung pag-uusapan natin yung yield ng rice para mabawasan ang ating importation at para makatulong sa ating mga farmer, okay ako sa composting. Pero hindi kaya mas maganda kung gumamit tayo yung urea, yung
Ay.
fertilizer na para mas mabilis yung yield sa production?
Okay, sir. Thank you po for that question. Actually, if yes, truly that the requirement for rice and other crop is high, and this should be sustained by the use of inorganic fertilizer. But over time, we are damaging the soil because with the use of compost, we are improving the quality of the soil. It enables the nutrients to be stored in the soil. It enables the water to be stored in the soil. Pagka pure urea po, para tayong nagtatapo ng fertilizer, pag ini-apply po natin sa lupa, kung sobra pang pagkakalagay, it will go to the groundwater. At hindi naman po lahat ma-absorb ng crop. Subalit kung gagamit po tayo ng compost, this will be slowly available at the right time na kaya namang i-absorb ng crop. Kaya po yung adaptive balance fertilization strategy, meron po kaming protocol. During the land preparation, doon po natin ini-incorporate ang compost. Then yung pag-apply po natin ng fertilizer, we do it at the right amount, at the proper time, and at the proper location. Wala pong maaaksaya. So
Okay.
that's the reason po kung bakit tumataas ang kita sapagkat wala pong naaksayang fertilizer, and at the same time, over time, long term of use ng ating compost will really save on fertilizer. Naka-store na po, may residual effect. For the next season, ma-achieve po natin
Ma'am,
yung pabawas.
napahaba na pong ano nyo,
Ay, sorry
explanation.
po.
Anyway, let's put it this way.
Excite po ako,
Thank you po.
Senator.
Other countries
Tapos
like
ko kasi.
other countries like Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia, they use urea. I'm sure they're also concerned about their soil.
Madam Chair.
I asked the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization kasi 38% ng soil ng Philippines degraded. And I asked them, how do you solve the degradation of the soil? Their answer is compost all your waste and bring them back to the soil.
Madam
That's
Chair.
their answer.
Yeah.
So
Madam Chair, actually, Madam Chair, Senator Tolpo, one of the things that has kept us from attaining higher production is actually the limitations that we are encountering with our soil. And when I was looking at the different interventions that we have, we've been providing hybrid seeds, certified seed. We also provided fertilizer, urea, or inorganic fertilizer. And yet I was asking my colleagues, how come our yield is still at 4 tons per hectare, national average? So if you look at it now, you look at the data of the Bureau of Soils and Water Management, our soil are already degraded. We cannot just keep on adding urea, using urea or NPK, because there are now other micronutrients that are limiting our productivity. That's why in the Masagana Rice Industry Development Program now, Madam Chair, Mr. Senator Tolpo, we are implementing nationwide, large scale, not just the demonstration anymore, demonstration of PhilRice or BSW, or large scale, the application of balanced fertilization. And this recommends the application of organic fertilizer or compost as basal, and then the use of biofertilizer that will help get nitrogen from the atmosphere and from the soil to reduce the use of inorganic fertilizer. So if you use biofertilizer, you use organic fertilizer, you reduce the use of urea, which is sometimes very expensive, which became very expensive, especially last year when the price of urea went up to 3,000. So we want to maintain higher productivity by also maintaining good soil health, Mr. Senator and Madam Chair.
So, dalawang issue na lang po, Madam Chair. Now, let's move on. Dito naman po sa Similya, sa seeds, yung RCEF, Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Meron kayong tinatawag na inbred program at meron kayong hybrid program. Tama? Ang inbred program, ang yield niyan, average 4,000 to 5,000 metric tons, kilograms. Okay. Versus sa hybrid, double the amount. So, bakit pa tayo pupunta dun sa inbred program na kalahati lang ng hybrid program ang ni-yield sa production?
Can I answer that, Senator Tulfo?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because I wrote that Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. And yung inbred seedlings po natin made in the Philippines. It was discovered by PhilRice. Ang maximum niyang yield is 6 metric tons per hectare. And it costs 38 pesos per kilo. Yung hybrid seedlings po, lahat yon imported. And it costs 250 pesos per kilo. And ang yield po niya is, sabi nila, 8 to 10 metric tons per hectare. And para mo ma-achieve yung 8 to 10 metric tons per hectare, you have to have a lot of inputs na the poor farmers cannot afford. Kaya kami sa poor farmers, we recommend inbred seedlings kasi made in the Philippines at ang nagsusupply nito ay co-op of Filipino farmers.
Understand.
Yun. Kaya, at tapos, kung wala kang masyadong gagastahin sa inputs, okay sa'yo ang inbred. And then, kung mayaman ka na, you can buy expensive seeds and you can afford higher inputs, you use hybrid.
In addition to the explanation of the Honorable Madam Chair of the committee, Senator Villar.
Kasi di ba,
Yeah. Let me
Yusek,
explain
no,
further.
let me explain. Tapos na ang explanation.
Yung
She
additional-
explain on your
Why?
behalf.
Yeah.
Ako naman.
Okay.
Kasi nga, Yusek, for me, logic tells us na kung itong hybrid nag-yield ng more production, double ng inbred, almost double. In fact, ito nga si Danilo Bolos ng Nueva Ecija, nakakapag-produce siya using the hybrid program, 15 metric tons per hectare. Yung Syngenta, la Pioneer SL variety, it can produce 10 metric tons per hectare or more versus sa inbred na 4 to 5 lang. So if we're after high yield para mas marami tayong production, mas marami tayong harvest, edi dapat mag-concentrate sa hybrid.
That is correct, Senator
Right?
Tolfo.
O bakit meron pati itong inbred program na gumagastos tayo ng bilyones dito?
We have 4.8
Kasi mas
million.
maganda gumastos na lang tayo ng bilyones sa hybrid para mas lalong dumami ang ating rice production.
We agree with you, Senator Tolfo.
Thank you.
We have 4.8 million hectares, and the target now is 1.9 million hectares will be for hybrid because we have to gradually increase. And our focus also is to maximize yield during the dry season, where the hybrid performs very well. The yields that you were mentioning were actually during the dry season. And during the wet season, we try to maximize the use of inbred. Because as of now, our inbred can adapt much better during the wet season, where there is a lot of pests and diseases. But there are also hybrids now that are coming up that are also good during the wet season. But nevertheless,
Hindi, kasi may mga studies na yung hybrid is adaptable sa weather na pagdating sa mga ulan.
that is also true, Senator Tolbo.
Hindi, huwag kayong iiling-iling.
Yeah,
No, I don't like that. Huwag kang iiling-iling. Para bang pinagtatawanan mo kami rito. Don't do that.
True.
Don't ever do that, please. You're being disrespectful. Para bang, don't do that. Baka gusto mo, ikaw ang tatanong-tanong, didiinin ko rito. No, I'm not. I'm serious. This is a serious matter. We're talking about kapakanan ng mga farmers dito, and yet tatawa-tawa ka pa. Don't. Natiwala naman pinag-usapan dito, and you're still laughing. Hindi na masagot-sagot ng mga kasama mo, and you're still laughing. Don't do that, Yusek Sumbilla. Thank you.
Can I continue, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So in our strategy, we are combining these two, inbred and hybrid. But as of now, most of the areas are still using inbred because we have also to adapt our farmers. We started promoting hybrid in 2000, year 2000, Mr. Senator. And it was difficult for farmers to adapt because of, as the chair said, the cost requirement is sometimes higher because they have to use more fertilizer. And our farmers do not always have that resource to invest in hybrid. So gradually, there are more and more farmers going into hybrid. That's why this year, our target is 1.5 billion
Yan ang
hectares.
ibig sabihin.
Yeah.
Mag-invest kayo sa
We
hybrid
are
program.
investing.
Dahan-dahan na kayo umalis sa inbred.
That's correct.
Because konti lang ang yield ng inbred eh. Am I making sense? So, alisin nyo na itong inbred.
If you're an accountant, ang inbred seed is 38 pesos per kilo. Ang hybrid seedlings is 250 pesos per kilo. 38 over 250, it's ilang percent lower yon, di ba? So, minamaximize din natin yung pera natin. Plus tong hybrid, to produce that amount, you have to invest a lot of inputs na which the poor farmers cannot afford. So, bibigyan mo sila ng hybrid but they cannot afford the inputs.
Kaya nga nandiyan po yung
Hindi
gobyerno.
perform well yung hybrid.
Pero kaya
Parang yung hybrid is for yung kaya nila yon.
Yes.
The inbred is para dun sa wala naman silang masyadong amount for inputs, 'di ba? Kaya kami kino-combine namin parang there are 42 provinces na gumagamit ng hybrid ng inbred and 15 provinces na gumagamit ng hybrid. In fact, I would suggest if I would be asked that those with money and large farms and they can afford to buy hybrid, they buy hybrid. Oo, that's okay.
pero kanina,
But for those who are poor, cannot afford the hybrid seeds and the inputs, then it's okay kasi 6 metric tons is not so bad because ang ating ngayong production is 4 metric tons per hectare, di ba? Pag naging 6 yan, that means it increased by 4 over 6 is 40 divided by 6, 60%, more than 60%. Ang shortage lang natin sa rice is 15%. So if we increase by 60%, we are self-sufficient in rice and we can export. So 6 metric tons per hectare is not so bad. In fact, that was I was talking to Senior USEC Domingo Panginiban and I was asking him what is ba yung ano nyo noon sa ano yung program nyo kay yung araw na masagana 99, your target is 6 metric tons per hectare that you were not able to achieve, di ba? So we are trying to achieve that. So,
thank you. Anyway,
Senator, pag tayo naka 6 metric tons per hectare, self-sufficient na tayo sa rice and we can export.
right now, tayo po ay nag-import pa rin. Number 1 importer tayo. But anyway, maganda po yung sagot nyo kanina na dahan-dahan, kayo po ay pupunta na doon sa hybrid program going towards that direction. Kasi nga naman, mas mataas ang yield. So bakit tayo pupunta doon sa mababa lang yield? Pwede naman pala doon sa mataas na yield. Pwede naman natin budgetan para maging affordable na itong hybrid program sa ating mga farmers subsidized ng gobyerno. Tama?
That's correct, Mr. Senator, Madam Chair. This year, it's 1.6 billion.
Tulfo, there is chismis that the hybrid seedlings we are importing is the reject from other countries. That's why nagtataka ako, bakit may nagrereklamo na ayaw tumubo yung hybrid seedlings. So, depende
dapat
din
kasuhan po yung nag-import ng
depende
reject.
din sa quality of the hybrid seedlings. Kung maganda quality, maganda ang performance, pag pangit ang quality, pangit din
So
ang
kayo ba yung
performance.
nag-import ng reject ng mga seedlings yung sinasabi ni Senadora?
It's the
Dapat
private
makasuhan kung
sector that is importing.
Well, then go after those private sector, whoever they are.
Yes. That's why
Kung totoo yung balita.
our program is now promoting local production of even hybrid. Mr.
Mas
Chair.
maganda talaga yung hybrid, right? Okay. Now,
But anyway, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator, our target this year is 1.6 billion hectares. Next year is 1.9. And then the following year, if you will give us more budget. we will
using
probably-
hybrid
Yes,
program.
Mr. Chair.
Good. Anong nangyari sa ating mga farm school? Ilan ang farm school meron tayo? Kasi sa ngayon, it's a dying profession sa itong farming. Wala nang gustong maging farmer. And so meron tayong tinatawag na farm school, right?
Si Director Ricoter will answer you
Yeah.
that,
Good
Senator.
afternoon, Madam Chair, Senator Tulfo, sir. Farm School is with TESDA. Learning Site for Agriculture is with ATI. And there are about 1,700 plus accredited by Agricultural Training Institute as Learning Site for Agriculture. And then TESDA accredit them as Farm School, in which they provide a scholarship program for the rice farmers, sir.
Okay. Ilan po ang mga nag-benefit dito? Ilan po yung mga graduates since ito po ay inumpisahan itong project na ito? Ilan po yung scholars? At magkano po yung na-subsidize ng TESDA para sa mga scholars ng farm school? At nasaan na po itong mga graduates sa farm school na ito? At nagkaroon na ho ba ng pagbabago sa rice production as a result of them undergoing training pertaining to farming?
Madam Chair, Senator Tulfo, sir, TESDA, under the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, was given 700 million pesos. Out of the 1 billion pesos, or 10% of the RCEF fund, 10 billion from the rice tariffication law. And ATI, out of that 1 billion, we only are allocated 100 million. Together with PhilRice and...
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Ang tinatanong ko po, ilan po ang mga nag-graduate dito sa every year? And since it started, ilan na po ang nakapag-graduate dito? Magkano na po inaipondo ng TESDA sa mga farm school na ito na ang beneficiary ay mga anak ng farmers? Tama? At nasaan na po ito mga graduates na ito? Can you give us a list, a breakdown?
Yes.
Kasi may mga balita raw po na wala naman talaga estudyante.
I cannot speak in behalf of TESDA, Your Honor, but I can speak...
Hindi. Dapat nagmo-monitor po kayo kasi program niyo po ito.
Yes, sir.
Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Hindi porket pinasa niyo sa test at tatalikuran niyo na ito. Yung budget nanggaling sa inyo dapat minomonitor niyo to make sure na well spent yung budget na binibigay niyo sa test. To make sure na ito mga pinapadala yung scholar sa farm school ay talaga nag-aaral at meron silang tututunan at nakakatulong sa ating rice production.
We'll provide you with the list, Your Honor. We'll, together with the Farmer Field School, it is the Farmer Field School that TESDA is offering with...
Ilan po ang nag-graduate dito taon-taon?
From my list,
Magkano po ang budget allocated dito para sa mga farm school na ito, ma'am?
TESDA has conducted a total of
Yung number of graduates.
207,059.
27,000.
Yes.
Nasaan po itong 27,000, graduates?
Graduates po, sir.
Okay, nasaan na itong mga graduates na ito? Na nagagamit ba nila yung natutunan nila sa farm school?
It's all over the country, sir.
I know, pero namomonitor nyo ba? Dapat meron kayong monitoring system to make sure na itong mga estudyante na graduate dyan ay talagang may natututunan. Kasi kung hindi, then better change yung mga curriculum doon. Baka siguro kailangan nyo po ng mga experts.
Senator Tulfo, you know, we did a study, the Philippine Institute of Development Study did a study of the comparison of the rice, production of rice in Vietnam and the production of rice in the Philippines. The cost of producing rice in Vietnam is 6 pesos per kilo of palay. The Philippines, it's 12 pesos per kilo of palay. So it's double. So the idea is yung proceeds from the tariff on imported rice ibigay sa farmer para itaas ang yield nila, maging competitive sa Vietnamese farmer kasi sila pinakamababa And then that's why we created the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Ngayon na based on the study, ang ang problem kaya mahal ang ating palay kesa sa Vietnam is una, mahal ang labor natin by 350. Kasi ang difference is 6 pesos eh. 350 mahal ang labor natin. When your labor is high, then you have to mechanize. That's why we put 5 billion of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund to mechanization. And then, yung 250 daw is the low productivity of our farms, of our rice. So, seeds yun. Kaya that's why we decided, may na-discovering certified inbred seed ang PhilRice, yun ang dinidistribute natin para tumaas ang productivity. But this mechanization and seed productivity cannot be implemented without teaching the farmers. That's why we allocated 1 billion of the 10 billion to training through the farm school. Oo. Kasi pag halimbawa ang mga farmer hindi binayaran ng TESDA yung tuition sa farm school, hindi mag-aaral yun, mahihirap yun, walang ibabayad yun na tuition. Kaya TESDA now is paying the tuition of the farmers studying in the farm school in order for them to mechanize, mag-aral silang patakbuhin yung makina, and at the same time, mag-aral sila to maintain. Kasi pag hindi na-maintain ang makina, useless din yung makina. And that is the complaint of our friends from the local, like the governor of Pineda of Pampanga, nakatunga nga daw yung mga equipment kasi pag nasira, hindi kayang gawin. Kaya dapat tuturuan silang mag-maintain. And at the same time, these inbred seedlings, kayang i-produce ng farmer in the future, tuturuan mo lang. Because the inbred seedlings na binibigay natin sa farmer, ang nagpo-produce ay mga farmer din, yung co-op of farmers. So, ini-empower mo na yung mga farmer that in the future, they can produce their own seeds and they can mechanize. Kasi po ako, nag-imbisita ako ng Association of Farm School in France, and they have thousands of farm school in France. Tayo sa Pilipinas, agricultural country, nung ipasa ko po yung farm school, abay ang tanong sa akin, ma'am, ano ba yung farm school? At ako po ay nagtayo ng farm school para sabihin ko sa kanila na pumunta kayo doon sa farm school ko, gayahin nyo kasi may farm school ako. And then this mechanization, nung pumunta din ako sa France, I met a farm owner, may 100 hectares siyang wheat farm. And I asked him, how many employees do you have? Sabi niya, I'm the only one. I'm fully mechanized. Imagine, 100 hectare, kayang iayos nung isang farmer dahil siya fully mechanized. So, parang yun din ang dream ko sa Pilipinas na in the future, ang mga farmer natin are all mechanized, and then we can attract the young people to do farming because they don't have to plant with their hands. They just operate machine to farm in the Philippines. Kaya yun po ang idea ko ng farm school, and I hope na we will be successful. It will take time because it's hard to train people, but siguro in the future, 5 years from now, we can see a very good result. Sabi po ng PhilRice, before we started this program, ang ating yield is 3.7 metric tons per hectare. Now it's 4.4. So medyo, sabi nila by next year daw, baka kaya na nila ang 5. So we're hoping kasi at least there is hope because in 1995, we signed an agreement with WTO that we will liberalize the importation of rice. They gave us from 1995 to 2018 to improve our competitiveness para ma-liberalize na natin ang importation of rice, na ang rice farmer natin ay competitive na. But after 2018, walang nangyari. That's why we liberalized, but we gave all the proceeds of the tariff on rice to the small farmers para sila ay maging competitive. Our dream is to make them competitive in the future. Yun lang po.
Thank you. So if I may continue, Pakimonitor nyo lang yung mga estudyante na nag-aaral dito. Sino-sino ba mga nagtuturo sa farm school na ito?
ATI trained the trainers and they are tapped by the farm school to become the trainers
Kaya nga,
also.
saan galing itong mga trainer?
From within the community, sir. Farmer leaders also.
They're farmer leaders.
Yes, sir.
And
Ay,
these
yes,
farmer
sir.
leaders, they share their experience doon sa mga estudyante niyan. Wala kayong kinukuhang experts from other countries like Vietnam, Thailand, na kung saan mataas yung yield, rice production, na kung saan nag-import tayo. So maybe they're doing something that we're not aware of. So maybe we get experts from these countries na mataas yung rice production nila. So maybe kuha tayo ng mga teachers diyan na ikakalat natin sa mga farm school na ito.
Yes, sir. Yung trainers training po are trained by rice specialists coming from PhilRice, coming from the Agricultural Training Institute, from state colleges and universities and regional field offices.
Okay.
And they...
Kasi kanina sabi niyo po, parang yung mga farmers din sila. So meron din pala mga experts
Yes, sir.
ng PhilRice,
Bali,
UP Institute of...
my level po, sir.
Okay.
The trainers are trained by the rice specialists, the experts in the field
Okay.
like PhilRice. And then those who were trainers training, are the ones training the farmers at the Farmers Field School of TESDA.
Okay. Sige, thank you.
Thank you,
Ah,
sir.
Last na lang, may confidential fund ho, yung DA? May confidential fund? Meron?
Wala.
We have 50 million for
50 million.
for the Department of Agriculture solely for enforcement
Saan
and
po?
smuggling.
Smuggling. So bakit kailangan nyo pa po confidential fund kung smuggling pinag-uusapan? Nandiyan naman po ang Bureau of Customs na meron din
I don't know, it's
confidential fund.
given to us, Mr. Senator.
So if surrender nyo na lang po at ibigay nyo lang po sa ibang mga agency na nangailangan talaga tulad ng Coast Guard, siguro kailangan natin dahil palaging nagkakaproblema tayo sa West Philippines.
Pasagutin mo sila yun.
Hindi ma'am.
According
Mo na lang kailangan.
the enforcement agency against smuggler and cartel and would be coming from the law enforcement agency, not from
Yeah, but
DA.
let me ask.
Kasi yun ang sinabi niya po na 50 million daw binigay sa kanya. Kung binigay sa inyo, hindi pala kailangan, di solid nyo na lang.
Sabi mo sa
No,
enforcement
but we have
agency.
ASEC Layog to
Okay,
answer that,
you explain
question.
ASEC Layug.
Yes, sir. Nung lumabas yung NEP, sir, they allocated 50 million confidential fund to be dedicated sana dun sa surveillance operation for anti-agricultural smuggling operation, sir. And
nandiyan naman po yung PNP, nandiyan
Yes,
naman
sir.
po yung customs.
yes, sir. Well noted po yung
So solid nyo na lang yung confidential fund, yung kailangan yun.
yes, sir.
Idagdag nyo lang sa Coast Guard siguro kung sa mga taga-military natin.
Yes, sir.
Di ba? O dili kayo, yung i-reallocate nyo lang sa hybrid program na para tumaas yung rice production.
We will make the adjustment, realignment. Actually, the one who will enforce after the anti-agricultural economic sabotage will be the law enforcement. So we don't need.
Exactly. So paki-cancel na lang, Wag na kayo magka-confidential fund dyan. Pandagdag pa kayo. Last na naman po. 50 million is 50 million. That's a lot of money. Okay. So wala naman kayong paggagamitan. So solid nyo na lang. I-realign na lang daw, sabi ni Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Because when he reported to us, he presented something that I think the department needs. So maybe request him to explain and to expound on the achievements that they have done.
Kasi hindi, sir, sa enforcement kasi ang binanggit nyo, kaya kayo nagkaroon ng confidential fund. Kung enforcement, PNP yan.
Yeah.
And customs. No customs. Okay. Well then, dapat yung confidential fund mabigay doon sa PNP para sila ang bibili ng mga information, ang maggagawa ng surveillance tungkol doon sa mga smuggler. Or pagdating kasi sa smuggling, customs po talaga, Madam Chair. Meron kasing
The customs kasi nagpasa na kami nung anti-smuggling law in 2016, walang nahuli. 7 years walang nahuli, walang nakasuhan. So ngayon, yung filing of cases would be done by the DOJ and the enforcement by the PNP and other law enforcement agencies. Nilagay namin sa batas.
So that means papasok na po yung PNP sa loob ng pier.
Yeah, they have
That will
power.
open to corruption.
At least before, wala yung BOC, wala silang nahuli. 7 years. Wala po tayong napakulong na
Opo, I
smuggler
agree.
for
I agree.
7 years.
So siguro po,
Pero hindi naman purely PNP, basta they call it the Enforcement Council. The enforcement group and the tawag dito, filing of cases would be the DOJ, and the enforcement would be the enforcement group, and then yung policy would be done by the different department. It's in the law.
I know.
We have passed it in the law.
Nakapasok
We have
pa
finished it. Oo.
maybe
Nag-amendment lang ang minority.
sa amendment.
Oo.
Okay, sige po, ako po yung magagawa ng amendment din para sa akin. Hindi po karapat-dapat ang PNP ang gagawa ng enforcement when it comes to anti-smuggling.
Agency, hindi lang
Kasi po in the past may experience na po na nalubog lang po sa korupsyon nung pinanghimasukan yung PNP, ginamit po ng Presidential Anti-Smuggling Group. Nandun po yung PNP, nagkagewang-gewang, lumakas lalo yung smuggling kasi yung mga pulis, hindi naman po sanay yung pag-iimbestiga sa smuggling, ang sanay po pulis to solve crime.
na-sign lahat sa Bureau of Customs, walang na-prosecute.
It's just a matter of,
Bago namin,
tama po.
parang may
Linisin lang po siguro yung mga tamad doon,
Oo.
pagtatanggal yung mga corrupt, pero dapat talaga sa customs because they know customs law. The PNP doesn't know anything about
No, but the
customs
law-
tariff and law.
the law enforcement will be done by the DOJ. They know the
Siguro sa pagsampa ng kaso po.
enforcement lang ang
Kasi pag sa hulihan, hindi naman po alam ng mga pulis yung customs tariff.
conflict of interest po yung customs kasi sila yung sa kanila sila kausap ng mga smuggler tapos sila mag-e-enforce kaya ayaw na namin sa kanila.
Okay, sige po. Now, called exam facility for Agri-CEFA. Yung sa Bulacan, tama ba? Is that Bulacan? Saan po? Yung sa CEFA. Okay. Nabigay yung contract sa Road Links. Road Links Tracking Service. Cold storage po ang pinag-uusapan natin dito. And yet binigay nyo sa isang kumpanya ng specialty ay tracking. Road Links. Opo, yung sa first border.
Yung first border facility po na ginawa sa Bulacan, it was hinanap po yun ng abono, yung abono party list on agriculture, and they found someone who donated the land for 25 years to build the first border facility. We did not buy, and they will not operate. DA will operate, they just lend the land for use of rock for 25 years, renewable for another 25 years kasi walang land sa port. So doon na po, nagpahiram siya ng lupa and then we will build our first border facility then that will be operated by DA. Nagpahiram lang siya ng lupa.
Kaya nga po, Road Links ang naibigay ang kontrata sa Road Links tracking. Pero siya po, yung Road Links po ay tracking service.
Yeah, but
Siya po yung mamamahala.
Pinahiram niya yung lupa niya sa gobyerno. Parang use of rock agreement. Wala pong irerenta ang gobyerno.
Okay.
They will just build the first border facility there. And that will last for 25 years, renewable for another 25
Okay,
years.
yun po ang second point kasi dito, Madam Chair. 50 kilometers ito away from the nearest port. So, bakit hindi na lang sana maghanap ng malapit-lapit sa port? Now,
Bibigay ng libreng lupa near the port. Napakamahal ng lupa near the port. Ito, pinahiram niya ng libre. And then, tawag doon, kasi po yung first border facility has to have a parking lot. and has to have a laboratory so that yung papark doon matetest sa laboratory kung magpapasok ng animal disease, di ba?
Yusek Sebastian, pwede namin makita yung Memorandum of Agreement with Pacific Road Link?
Yeah.
Yung baiho ang kanya.
Animal
Ay,
industry.
sorry. Bay pala, sorry. Bay, Bureau of
Yes
Animal Industry. Pwede makita yung yung MOA?
Senator, for clarification lang po, it is a memorandum of understanding pa lang po.
O
Wala pa po.
MOU?
Yes po.
Yeah, pwede makita yun.
Opo. Yes.
Kasi nakita ko na yung reason kung bakit libre nga yung lupa niya pero tracking niya ang gagamitin.
Are not required to use his tracking.
Kaya nga po gusto ko makita yung gusto ko makita yung MOU. Kasi baka naman obligahin yung mga may-ari ng container na tracking niyang gagamitin.
Senator, we will provide po the copy of the MOU to the COMSEC.
Meron bang may experience ba to sa cold storage? Itong Pacific?
Wala naman siyang gagawin.
Itong road links?
Pinahiram niya lang yung lupa, tayo magtatayo ng ating facility.
Okay.
Parang pinahiram niya lang yung lupa. But
Okay.
the government will build the facilities.
Oh, I see.
Pakialam doon sa facilities.
Okay, good.
Kasi we went there to, di ba? To a ground break, di ba? Oo.
Okay.
Hindi siya kasali. Basta pinahiram niya lang yung lupa, we will build the facility and the DA will operate the facility.
Correct. As long as hindi po i-require, tulad ng sabi niyo po, sana hindi talaga ni-require yung mga mayar ng container na gagamit yung truck niya, parang exclusive. So that's why I need to see the MOU to make sure. Kasi sabi niya, what's in it for me? Diba? So baka yun na yung kapalit na tracking niya. Kasi tracking service po siya.
Naghanap ang yung ating pong party list abono, sila naghanap kasi sila affected. Yung mga yung mga livestock farmer na nagkasakit ng ASF. Kaya nakapasok ang ASF sa Pilipinas kasi wala tayong first border facility. And ang first border facility is will prevent, kasi may laboratory yun, will prevent the entrance of ASF and bird flu and other diseases. And it will not only be built in Bulacan. There will be one built in Cebu and another one in Davao City. Tatlo pong first border facilities. And I just want to inform the senator that we are the only one in Asia without a first border facility. Kaya kailangan
I don't have any problem with that doon yung border facility. Ang sa akin lang po, tinatanong ko lang yung
makikinabang
siya at yung MOU. Yun lang po kailangan ko. Tinatanong ko and he's willing to give it to us. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
That's all,
Madam
Madam Chair.
Chair.
Thank you po.
And I thank everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Tulfo. And now we recognize Senator Risa.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Pasensya na lang sa boses ko. Inubo ako sa lamig ng DILG budget hearing kahapon. Anyway po, unang tanong ko po kay Yusek Sombilia or kung sino yung dapat sumagot. Kahapon po sa Taguig, sinabi ni Presidente na sinampahan na ng kaso ang 5 kumpanya na may kinalaman sa rice smuggling. Maaari bang malaman yung mga detalye nito? Ilang tonelada po ba ito? At sa laking ito, kaya ba sana nilang manipulahin nga ang presyo? O baka naman may mas malaki pang isda na hindi pa nahuhuli?
Madam Chair, Senator Risa, customs po ang nakakaalam dito sa operation po ng yung smuggling ng rice po. So I don't know if BPI or ASEC Layug would know any of this information, but
Salamat, Yusek. So, Madam Chair, pwede kayang tanungin si ASEC Layug dahil DA ang primary stakeholder dito. Imposible namang walang alam or walang ipinaalam ay yung law enforcement sa department. Yes, Madam
Right
Chair.
now, ma'am, we are coordinating with the Department of Justice dun sa final na cases ng DOC regarding dun sa 4 na milling company na suspected of smuggling yung ano nga ma'am, yung nahulihan ng smuggled rice during the past few weeks.
Smuggled rice po o smuggled palay? Tapos imimil nila?
Smuggled rice ma'am ang nakita ma'am.
Alam nyo na po ba from DOJ kung ilang tonelada nire-represent itong apat na kinasuhan na?
Actually, kahapon lang po kami nagkausap ng DOJ and we're working on it right now ma'am. The details we can submit accordingly po.
Yes, please, to the committee through our chair. Sa magnitude ng mga tonelada, kung may approximate sense kayo, kaya ba sana nilang manipulahin ang presyo? May impression na po bang ibinigay ang DOJ sa inyo or meron na ba kayong impression sa, kung kunyari sa track record ng apat na milling company na yan, magkano kaya ganong karaming tonelada kaya represented yung silang apat?
We can ano ma'am na volume po, relative malaking volume yung mga nahuli, kaya lang I cannot specifically answer if it will affect yung or disrupt yung market forces.
Pero dun sa description na malaking volume, so at the very least, kung hindi man i-disrupt yung market, i-manipulate yung price, ano yung pwedeng epektong gawin nila or artificially likhain sa market kung malaking volume sila?
Sorry ma'am, but I'm not an expert on that regard. Ang ano lang isa to implement yung what is the regulation and the law. And then ang ano lang dun sa mga nahuli na kinasuhan ngayon ma'am. Part of it ang iniimbestigahan natin is may local palay din sila. So that's where we will be coming in actually with BPI and BI. We already requested this morning, we made a memo this morning requesting yung investigation nung mga local palay naman nakasama within the mill na nahuli po.
Interesting po yon yung local palay. Mamaya may iba pa akong mga tanong kaugnay niyan. Pero lastly, Asik Layug, dito sa unang tanong ko, sa tingin nyo ba or sa tingin ba ng DOJ, may mas malaki pang isda or mga isda na hindi pa nahuhuli?
We are into that track. We are still investigating. So it will be premature for me to outright make a comment on that. But be rest assured that we are investigating some more and digging deeper kung nasa ng network na to. Thank you.
Salamat po. And as you dig deeper at inaalam nyo yung extent ng network na ito, I hope that will be part of the information you will furnish through our chair to the committee.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, if I may,
Yes,
sa
Madam
last topic,
Chair.
sir, ma'am, about Madam Chair, about the confidential fund. I would just like to the executive committee when we discussed yung need for under your your wisdom and guidance din po, if the department really can use the confidential fund to also investigate, especially we have quarantine powers under the food safety law and the Price Act also, and even in the meat code, where we have the power for, we are mandated to conduct surveillance, market surveillance, and market inspection. And also yung sa mga imports natin, ma'am, nandyan tayo. So may mga quarantine na powers po ang mga FSRA natin, Food Safety Regulation Agencies like BAI, BPI, and BIFAR, and also NMIS na will also need sana some support para naman mapatibay natin yung mga surveillance operation and ma-reinforce po itong mga accomplishment na nasimulan na rin ng DA po.
Actually, yes, Madam Chair.
I just want to comment that if Senator Tulfo will make a big issue out of it, you just follow him in what you will do with the 50 million. I don't want to be answering Senator Tulfo because of your 50 million allocation. You be creative and give him the benefit of having that 50 million realigned. Ako, that's my opinion. I'm just being practical, di ba?
Salamat, Madam Chair. Actually, hindi ko rin naman balak itanong yung confi funds ng DA. No? Pero since you have the advice already from the chair herself, I can only suggest you follow her advice.
Senator Risa, asawa mo kasi police before. So you understand those confidential funds. But if they will make a big issue out of it, we don't need that.
And of course, ang PNP naman isa sa mga public safety institutions natin na talagang dapat may Confi at Intel funds. So, just to my next question, Yusek Sombilia, sa ibang commodities pa po, tulad ng sibuyas at yung walang kamatayang asukal, ano bang ginagawa ng ahensya, ng department para mahuli at kasuhan din po yung mga smugglers at price manipulators?
Salamat, Senator. Same din po na they are now into inspecting the warehouses, and if there are any anomalies that are being, that is observed, kinakasuhan din po. Actually, si Asik Layog din po yung humahawak sa sibuyas na kaso. So, I would like Asik Layog to explain what is already the update with regards to those incidences.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Yes, please, Asik Layog, sana balitang hindi nakakaiyak tungkol sa sibuyas.
Sibuyas, ma'am.
Opo, sana good
Actually,
news.
We have around 20 consignees already na on deck for filing of cases under the 10845. Right now, we filed 40 cases already under the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Law or Act. And then another 10 under Food Safety Act. And then another one for meat code, under the violation of meat code. So lahat po ng yan nakasala ngayon for resolution sa various RTC, various local prosecutor's office like Bataan, Subic, Bataan, Manila, and Batangas po, ma'am. So we're also coordinating with the Special Prosecutor Office na ginawa ng DOJ, specifically designed to handle smuggling cases po.
Salamat po. And what about asukal na pinag-initan namin ni Minority Leader Coco Pimentel ng 2 beses in the space of just less than a year?
Yes, ma'am. All the sugar apprehensions, around 9,000 metric tons all in all. We already have filed some of it already sa ganun uli, ma'am, in the same process. Although there are some hitches kasi merong kanya-kanyang interpretation each local prosecutor. So kuminsan ang is dismissal because of lack of authority pag kami ang nag-file, ang DA ang nag-file. So we are trying to rectify yung yun, and then we already inputted that inputs also sa revision nung bill for agricultural smuggling, man.
Salamat po. And I was glad to hear kahit sa naunang tanong na sinisimulan nyo na rin pong gamitin yung kapapasan naming anti-agricultural smuggling economic sabotage law para itaas naman yung track record natin sa pag-imbestiga, pagkaso at successfully secure convictions. And definitely mahalagang input po ito sa aming patuloy na pag-review at amyenda ng mga batas.
Yes, ma'am. Out of the 40 cases na final natin, ma'am, sa Manila nagkaroon tayo ng success. So meron pong 4 o 5 cases na sumampa na, and there's a warrant of arrest already for the consignee nung onion and other agricultural products, ma'am.
And kasama po yung sugar sa other agricultural products.
Yes, ma'am. We're also filing cases against dun sa mga nahuli natin na smuggled sugar na nahuli natin.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. So, balik po ako siguro kay Yusek Sombilia or kung sinong pinakadapat sumagot. Ilan po akong mga tanong para sa short term natin sa Agri. So, umayaw po si Presidente sa mungkahi ng kanyang mga ekonomista na bawasan ng 35% na tax sa imported na bigas. Pero nasa tagig sila kahapon nga lang at parang mukhang kabado sa sitwasyon. So, sinabi nila na yung 33 na congresspersons ng Metro Manila ang haharap sa issue ng bigas. Ito ba yung advice ninyo ng department kay Presidente kapalit ng advice ng kanyang economic managers?
Yung usapan po namin tungkol po dyan, Madam Chair and Senator Riza, is to consider the situation right now. Kasi sa ngayon, talagang harvesting time. So that was the context of our discussion, that the tariff reduction should be carefully studied and considered in the light of the harvesting season, in the light of the decreasing trends of global prices, and in the light of the harvest season of also the other countries. Kasi harvest season na rin po sa Vietnam, sa India, sa Pakistan. Actually, they are bumper harvest also, just like us. So we were looking at how all of this will impact the farmers at this time. But that can really be re-studied again in the light of, coming, how the situation will come about in the next few months, especially if the El Nino really worsens. Pero ang NRP naman po, nagagawa na rin po siya ng mga hakbang para nga to respond to the in case the El Nino really peaks at during the first quarter. So yun po yung mga pinag-aralan at kinonsider ng ating Pangulo kung bakit niya hindi kinonsider yung tariff reduction at this moment.
Pero di ba, sige po, sabi nyo, patuloy namang pag-aaralan yung mga changing conditions, mag-a-adjust accordingly. Pero kahit sa short term, mas strategic yung pag-adjust ng tax policy kaysa yung simpleng ipapadeliver yung mga bigas sa ating mga representante. I mean, di po ba? I think that can be considered. Salamat, Madam Chair. Ngayon po, sa budget hearing nyo sa House of Representatives, lumabas ang at least dalawang importanteng punto. Una, sinabi ni Admin Bioco, andito ba sila? Si Admin Bioco ng NFA? Wala sila? Oh, sayang. Susunod sila. Sa sunod. Okay po. So sinabi nila na napakababa na ng stock ng bigas ng NFA at hindi daw po handa yung authority na gampanan ang mandato niya na bumili mula sa mga magsasaka upang magkaroon ng supply na para 15 to 30 days. So, pwede po kayang i-shortcut na lang natin para wala nang mahabang pila sa mga representatives natin. Halimbawa, bakit hindi na lang ibigay sa ating mga kababayang kinakapos ang lampas 10 billion pesos na hindi magagastang 2022 at 2023 budget ng NFA para sa gayon, nasa bahay-bahay na agad yung buffer stock ng bigas.
Can I answer that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
It's a provision of the law that the amount of money from tariff on rice, imported rice, will be given as financial assistance to rice farmers owning 2 hectares and below. That's a provision of the law, and I think they cannot disobey the law because that is illegal, di ba? But it is for the benefit of the rice farmers who owns 2 hectares and below. That is, we passed that batas in 2019, di ba? And that's why we are giving financial assistance to 2.3 million farmers anytime now. Okay. That's 12 billion plus, di ba? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, Yusek.
Yeah, Madam Chair. In addition to that, RTL, the law, also provides yung maging mandate ng NFA. So it's no longer the national buffer stocking agency, but only an agency, to hold a buffer stock for calamities. And so there was a study that was made as to what level of buffer stocks NFA should really, have to to support this yung kanyang assistance for calamities. And the study provided 350,000 metric tons per year. At any given point in time dapat po yan. So at any given point in time dapat meron sang 350,000 metric tons. And actually yung kanyang price na provide
Ba yung 350,000 o palay?
palay po. Palay. Oo. So yun po yung yun dapat niyang ipapaano sa mga calamities lang po. So yun na lang po ang mandate ng NFA.
1,000 times 20.
Well, we are not supposed to be kasi hindi na po siya talaga for national buffer stocking eh.
350,000 ba o 20,000?
350,000 metric tons.
I-multiply mo by 20. Average
700.
700. How much is that? 350,000 times 20 pesos per kilo.
7 billion.
Oh, hindi ba 9 billion
9 billion po yung budget niya. We increased it already para nga
And
medyo
besides,
lumaki.
Senator Risa,
Yes, Madam Chair.
the NFA sells the stock to us. I buy from them whenever I give to calamity victims. So it's not something that after buying, it's lost. They resell it to us, to the DSWD, to those who wants to buy to give to calamities. So it's a working capital. So he can buy always because merong balik, kaya nagtataka ako ba't hindi siya makabili ng marami.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Adjusted po ba yung 350,000 metric tons in case of climate events tulad po ng El Nino?
Hindi. At every point in time po yan eh. So every time na madedeplete or mababawasan, dapat bili po lang siya ng bili. Kasi gaya nga ng sinabi ni Senator Villar, bumabalik naman yon. Hindi naman usually libre yon. Binibili ng DSWD, binibili ng LGUs, o binibili din ng So, dapat meron pondo talaga na pambili ang NFA.
Sa ngayon,
Maganda
yes, Madam
pumili
Chair.
sa kanya kasi meron siyang warehouse everywhere in the Philippines. So if you want to give to Region 9 or Mindanao, you can just buy from him, from NFA, and you don't have to transport. It's there already.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Sa ngayon po, meron po tayong 350,000 metric tons naka-buffer doon.
They are now in the process of buying, especially now that it's harvest time. And the president, the council, NFA council already approved on increasing the buying price of NFA. 19 pesos for wet and up to 23 pesos for dry palay.
Although sabi nyo nga, parang nalimitahan na yung mandate ng NFA during calamities. Pero nung nagsalita po si Admin Bioco sa House of Representatives, parang napaka-expansive pa rin. Napaka-expansive pa rin ang mandate ng NFA. Yes, Madam Chair.
Senator Risa, ang nilimit is the importation. He is not allowed to, NFA is not allowed to import. But buying from the local, that's his mandate. We want him to buy from the local. Kasi liberalized ng importation so he is not mandated to import. He just buy from the local para tulungan din yung local farmers natin na may market.
Salamat, Madam Chair. One last push lang dito sa ideya ko kanina na tinanong ko yung anong tingin ng DA dyan. Just as in the first question, tinanong ko yung adjustment ng tax policy, no? Kung may hindi nagasta na 10 billion ng 2022 at nung 2023, kasi hindi nagastos para suportahan yung mga magsasaka. Maybe the DA could seek guidance from the DBM, of course, always within the bounds of the law, if there is a proper procedure na dagdag sa pagsuporta sa magsasaka, suporta sa mga mahihirap na households. Otherwise, para saan pa yung hindi nagastos na 2022 at 2023 na perang iyon?
Yung 10 billion mandated for sa PhilRice, PhilMech, training services at saka credit po. Yung excess po nun, yun yung additional, excess of the tariff revenue in excess of 10 billion. Yun po yung bumabalik supposedly doon sa farmers. And 11,598 provide niya that all of this excess will go to the RFFA, which is the Rice Farmers Financial Assistance. So lahat po yun na ibibigay po sa farmers. So wala pa po kaming nakikita na, meron ba? Meron excess? Okay. So magkano ang excess?
Meron pong hindi nagastos nung 2022 at ngayong 2023.
Oh, papunta po sa RFFA yon.
NFA ba?
Hindi, NFA ba? No, tarification ang sinasabi.
NFA sinasabi.
USEC, NFA nga po.
Yung NFA na 9 billion?
Yung lampas na 10 billion.
Gagamitin nila na procurement.
Ay, hindi po pwede yun.
Gagamitin nila for procurement this year.
I don't know that.
The excess, the unused funds in 2022 will also be used as a procurement money for 2023. That's why they have a total of about 10 billion actually for procurement this year.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
To support the,
Yun pong hindi nagagastos ngayong 2023. Paano yun? Kumbaga may naiipot na working capital na iyon na hindi nagagastos sa mga magsasaka ayon sa batas.
The NFA was given instruction by the President to procure as much palay as possible this season. And they're targeting about at least 500,000 metric tons.
So lalampas na po doon sa 350,000 metric
Yes.
tons.
And they plan to borrow if need be, if their current funds not enough.
Bakit po tayo uutang kung may hindi nagastos
No.
2022 at 2023?
If they still need more funds, Madam Chair, Senator Risa.
if they need.
They need.
If they need.
Because they have a credit line with the Land Bank and DBP.
Parang napaka-open-ended lang nung ganong sitwasyon. So kindly keep the committee updated. Kasi gaya ng sinasabi nyong hindi pwede, yung tanong ko kanina dahil sa batas, meron ding magbatas na gumagabay dun sa uutang pa ba kung meron namang pondong hindi nagagastos 2022 at 2023? Uutang pa ba kung lalampas na sa 350,000 metric tons buffer stock at as much as 500,000 buffer stock, thousand metric tons na buffer stock? Hindi po pwedeng moving target yung mga numerong iyon. So please keep the committee updated about this. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Ligarda are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the Chair would like to allow the Senate President pro tempore to ask now, I can suspend my interpellation. All right. You're
Thank you very
welcome,
much,
Madam Chair.
Deputy Minority Leader, Madam Chair, and we welcome the DA family, especially Yusek Sombilio and Senior Yusek Panganiban and and of course, my former colleague and friend, former Kong DV Savillano, the whole family. I very simple basic questions which need to be addressed because Madam Chair, and I think Deputy Minority Leader was there during the TESDA hearing, which I chaired, and it was discussed earlier, I think it was Senator Tulfo who talked about the farm schools and the allocation for TESDA and the ATI, that 700 million from the Rice Competitiveness Enhancements Fund is supposed to go to the rice farmers to be able to assist them.
It will be paid to the farm school as tuition of the rice farmers
For the training.
studying in the farm school.
Sure.
And there are 681 accredited farm schools all over the Philippines. So if you divide 700 million by 681, that's 1 million a year for the farm school.
Ideally, it's a good concept, and that's based, of course, on an existing law that the funds, a part of it at least, goes to training and supposedly capacity building our farmers who need to be helped, especially during this time. And it's dedicated to our rice farmers. TESDA said that 700 million is supposed to go to their farm schools. And I asked them, how do they implement it? They said that a farmer who needs help can coordinate with the MAO, the Municipal Agriculture Office of any LGU, and will refer them to a farm school that is accredited with TESDA, that is competent enough to train our rice farmers how to increase their yield among many objectives that need to be done. On the ground, may I know first, who is in charge and the focal for all the MAOs in the country? And do the MAOs really know where to refer our farmers? Because we tried some farmers who called or tried to reach out to a MAO in San Antonio, Quezon. And the MAO did not seem to know, or the farm school nearest to that area was so distant that it would be inconvenient for the farmers to leave their plots of land, naghikahos nga, tapos hindi pa on-site yung training, and they were not certain what kind of rice programs were made available. In short, these are good concepts in law, but when you operationalize it on the ground, on the more than 400 according to TESDA, but according to the chair now, it's 681. So that's a disparity in numbers on the accredited farm schools all over the country. When I asked TESDA, TESDA said, at least the new DG, 400, more or less. Now it's 681.
Yesterday, and he said
681 now.
681.
So, okay, from my hearing of last week to now, there were 200 more accredited. So we will have to ask TESDA again, why?
He has been there for 3 months.
Yes,
I
yes.
think 4 months. I think he's not so
So
familiar with the figures.
I asked them about this, and may I know how are the MAOs of every LGU trained, and how accessible are the farm schools to the LGUs, like this San Antonio, Quezon farmers who wanted to know more and access more of organic farming, or even know supplemental livelihoods or how to increase their yields. Paano po ito pinapatupad on the ground? Iiwan ba nila ang kanilang mga farms? Wala naman silang pamasa. Tinuro sila sa Lucena. Ang layo. Sabi na, hindi namin kayang iwanan yan. Can we not? Yes.
If there is enough students, because I operate a farm school, but I don't depend on TESDA. That's a project of our foundation. If there are enough students in a town, that the farm school can go to that particular town to conduct the
Okay.
It's not a rule of
They should go to the farm school, which is distant, which is
No.
difficult or distant or not accessible.
No, if there is enough student to a place and the farm school is far, the farm school can go to train.
That's what I want to hear from who is the focal in BA to train all the MAOs so that all our municipal agriculture officers, yes, ATI.
They're all the
100 lang,
ATI.
100 lang ang sa ATI na pondo, pero yung bulk ng pondo nasa TESDA accredited schools. So, may I know? Yes.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
Director,
Madam
Duterte
Chair.
answering that.
Senator Lauren, ma'am.
Yes.
Uh, For the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, we started with information caravan to provide information across the stakeholders in the rice industry. And ATI, for one, is mandated to accredit learning site, and eventually they will be registered as farm school by TESDA. The discrepancy in the figure, as mentioned by the chair, 681 and 400 plus with TESDA, it's because some of the accredited learning site of ATI are already farm school of TESDA. Those offering with other courses other than RCEF. So it should be one farm school per municipality. Unfortunately, during the validation, some don't have areas
qualified to become a learning site and farm school. So that's why the rice farmers in those areas without farm school, of course, eventually they will be trained in the farm school outside of their area, maybe 2 municipalities away.
How do we expect our farmers to leave the plots of land which they work on every day, they toil every day, to attend classes, yung pamasahe po, pagkain po nila, iiwanan nila ang trabaho nila, ganong kahaba po ang mga training na ito, and can it be done on site so that it's more convenient for them?
The farmer field school offered by TESDA is 16 weeks with half day a week. So more or less 4 months with only half day in attendance during the week, ma'am.
Is that practical? Can you tell us, please, farmers who have actually benefited from it or joined the programs of the accredited TESDA farm schools? Because going for 16 weeks, yung pamasahe po, pag tricycle, pag jeep, kung malayo, bus, pero hindi nila gagawin yun, iiwanan talaga nila yung lugar nila for 16 weeks. Every day may pamasahe, pagkain nila, tas yung trabaho nila, iiwanan nila sa lupa.
TESDA provides incentive, a scholar. Yung one meeting a week, yun lang po ang attendance nila. And the 4-month period covers the production, the rice production period, ma'am. Hindi po pwedeng, although pwede ring 3 days, pero yung kwan ba na, they will cover the whole rice production cropping calendar po.
The chair mentioned about, yes, the chair mentioned about the access of 1 million farmers, is that correct? To 681 farm schools?
This moment, based on the report of TESTA, there are about 209 who graduated since the start of the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement.
209,000?
Yes, ma'am.
But the chair mentioned about 1 million farmers. It can reach 1 million farmers or 209,000 farmers. In short, from the funds allocated.
Lauren,
Yes.
the farmers are 1 million, but 209 pa lang ang nagte-trade.
Yeah, may I be clarified about that? In short, based on the 700, it's a big amount, 700 million pesos fund and the 681, assuming that's accurate and not the TESDA figure of 400, and that includes ATI as well. How many farmers should benefit? And based on the 209,000 that you said, paano po ang impact sa kanilang yield, sa kanilang lupa, sa kanilang buhay? I just want to feel what's happening on the ground. Thank you.
Multiply mo yung number of farmers tapos yung bayad nilang tuition per farmer para mapakita mo sa kanya na maliit din lang yung 700 million considering the number of farmers to be trained. Magkano ba isang training?
Yeah, how much is one training and then the 700 million?
For 3 days that we provide training activities, it's more or less 2,000 pesos per person per day. So that's 6,000 pesos for 3 days times 30 persons in 3 days, ma'am. So 6,000 times 30, that's 180,000.
Since it is ATI, which is a training or the institute arm of the DA, but TESDA has the most budget, which is 700 million. How do we ensure that the trainers and the experts in the farm schools accredited by TESDA actually teach our rice farmers to increase the yield? Can you just name me some or a few of the experts who are training in TESDA? Are they also accessing the trainers from ATI or is it different?
with the RCEF, Rice Extension Service program, we have 3 agencies at DA, PhilRice, PhilMech, and ATI, and we do the training of trainers. And this graduate from the TOT are the ones training at the TESDAS Farm School. So those who were trained at TOT are trained by the rice specialist, ma'am, from PhilRice, from, of course, ATI, who underwent 4 months course on rice specialist training. So PhilRice, PhilMech, the regional field offices, and sometimes from the state colleges and universities.
Thank you for that. So those you mentioned on the agencies concerning rice under the DA are the trainers of the TESDA trainers. Tama ba?
From the first level, the rice specialists are the ones training the TOT, training of trainers. And these are the farm school operators, the farmer leaders. They will be the ones to train at the farmer field school, at the farm school.
Okay. You mentioned 209,000 graduates already thus far, right?
That's for TESDA, ma'am, in the farmer field school, and there are other regulatory training programs they offer, like rice mechanization operation, leading to NC2, agri-entrepreneurship, also operating rice crop establishment, machinery, and equipment. So they have varied training courses offered by TESDA under the RCEF program po.
Penetration of farmers who have graduated, the 209,000, in what regions of the country? And how have you already evaluated or talked to some farmers so that we can see, and if you could submit to our office or even have photos or video of farmers who have testimonials on how they have learned from this capacity building and training courses of TESDA and the ATI?
From the study of PhilRice as well as that of ATI, return on investment from the palay check that are being offered by TESDA in the farmer field school, palay check 9 checks, and based on the evaluation of the farmers trained in the farmer field school or in the farm school, out of those checks, they have improved their palay check number 1 on land preparation, choice of good seeds, nutrient management, and pest management, ma'am.
Paano po malalaman ng isang magsasaka sa malayong lugar na walang access naman sa isang politician na nag-advocate or pwedeng maging scholar kung gusto lang niyang mag-aral sa farm school?
Yung isang modality po na binibigay ng ATI, ng PhilRice at PhilMech is yung School on the Air, ma'am. We have this School on the Air, also 4-month period to cover the rice production cropping at 1 hour per week for the next 4 months.
1 hour per week?
The time slot in the radio station, ma'am.
Radyo informasyon. Yeah, I think we should, ito pong mga programa na ito, face-to-face, di ba po, live. Oo. Pero nothing will stop us or you, ATI, or the TESDA accredited courses from putting it online. Kung meron naman connectivity, which I'm sure hanggang sa bundok meron naman yan, bakit hindi po ilagay online lahat ng farm school courses, whether mechanization or organic farming or agripreneurship, etc., online, para sa anumang platform ng DA, ng TESDA, or mga ahensya ninyo ay available po yung inaral ng magsasaka.
Meron po, ma'am. We use other social media modalities like Facebook. At the same time, simultaneously doing the School on the Air program, it is also aired in Facebook. And then we have the e-extension learning po at the website of ATI.
Ilan lang po makaka-access ng live at sabi niyo 209,000 ang graduates, but we can duplicate, triplicate the impact if we put the whole lecture, we don't have to summarize, it doesn't have to be a radio program na 1 hour lang, kung 16 weeks at sabi nyo half a day, sabi mo na 4 na oras yun, di yung 4 na oras po, naka-Facebook live yung lecturer. Kung si Ding Panganiban, yan, nag-lecture, di ba, Ding? Kung ano man, Rice Farming 101, lecture. De, yung 20 na scholar dyan sa isang liblib na lugar sa the accredited farm school, naka-Facebook live ka at pwedeng balik-balikan ni magsasaka dahil hindi niya narinig, hindi naintindihan o mahirap intindihin. Di ba ho?
Yeah.
They can make all these courses online.
Yes, ma'am.
Facebook live, pero nandiyan na yan online, pwedeng balikan, di ba po?
The regional training centers across the country have their respective Facebook account, and all the live stream from the school on the air are posted in the Facebook. The same time, we have also Twitter and YouTube.
What we'd like to see is not just, kasi pag Twitter, tweets lang yan, diba? Hindi na Twitter ang tawag, diba? X. Anyway, so baka maikli lang o baka press release, it does not capture the gist. But, I mean, pero pag nasa YouTube or nasa Facebook, buo. Diba, training yan eh, 4 na oras, kalahati. Di yung mga magsasaka na hindi nakasama o hindi na scholar na 16 weeks hindi niya kayang pagtiyagaan, maa-access niya para mas malawak po yung reach. It's just a suggestion, but I think it would not cost
I
any.
just want to make a manifestation that as of today, there are 2,805 tourist farm and farm schools in the Philippines. Kaya lang hindi lahat sila accredited by TESDA, 681 lang. But when you have 2,805, there are only 1,600 towns and cities in the Philippines. So there is more than one in every town in the Philippines.
Wala.
Kaya lang hindi sila lahat accredited. Accredited. So maybe those accredited can do their you suggest to them that they do in the farm school that is not accredited. Like for example, Quezon. This is divided by what do you call this? By region, by province, by town. Okay, we look for Quezon.
Sa Lucena yata, nakalocate sa Quezon, malayo sa San Antonio.
So we look for Quezon, ha? I just want to enumerate that that na nasa Quezon.
So,
I will take.
Ilan ba
Sige,
talaga
go
yung
ahead.
farm school na accredited? 400 o 681? 681 po.
It's the farm school for RCEF.
For RCEF po,
Because
for
we
rice.
have also farm school for coconut, yung
Hindi, rice po,
CFIDP,
rice.
and for regular other
Let's
commodities.
read the town
681.
school in Quezon.
Mhm.
Okay, the
Okay.
farm school in Quezon. It's Andanganan, Alabat, Buena Vista, Burgos, Calawag, Candelaria. In Candelaria, there are so many. And then Dolores.
Accredited for rice.
It's a farm school. Whether they're teaching General Luna, General Nakar, Gumaca, Infanta, Lopez, Lucban, Lucena City. There is, in every town there is except Mulanay, Pagbilao.
But with regards to the
Perez,
accredited schools for
Bitogo.
rice, perhaps the MAU need to be
Sariaya,
armed with the information
San
to lead
Andres.
the rice farmers where to go the nearest, or
Yeah.
if they can congregate a bigger group, pwedeng on-site.
Yeah, maybe
Yun.
they can request the farm school in that, kasi there is one in every town in the Philippines. So maybe they can request, even if the farm school is not accredited, that they do the training there.
Ma'am, nilagyan natin si ATI, yung mga accredited learning sites pa lang pagtuturo.
Oh, yon. Ang ATI daw ang magtuturo do sa accredited learning sites. Kasi lahat ng bayan ito na Meron May director kami. We update this every year
So, how do we close the gap? First, thank you for this information, Madam Chair, but these are all farm schools. Hindi naman lahat ito rice. I'm talking about how to spend the 700 million of TESDA.
Payag
At
daw ang
sabi
rice.
ng TESDA ay gumagana daw, but when we tried it just once in this little town of Quezon, the MAU did not seem to know. Pag nyo pagalitan yung MAU, hindi niya kasalanan. All I'm saying is that perhaps all the municipal agriculture officers must know the nearest farm school that teaches rice so that the farmer can access, or if not, magkaroon ng on-site kung marami naman sila. That's a simple suggestion, and putting it online so that more people can access that. Yes.
Yeah.
Ay daw, pwede magturo anywhere basta may learning
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ayun. So kung hindi naman sakop ng TESDA, pwede rin ang ATI. So dapat alam ng, kasi itong pinag-usapan ng tayo, nagkakaintindihan tayo. But on the ground, sa liblib na lugar, baka hindi nagko-communicate po. So kung hindi man TESDA, ATI. Dapat alam ng MAU yung sasabihin. Kumbaga may script na si MAU at alam niya sino ang tatawagan, ano ang gagawin. It's a suggestion.
yung learning site dun sa particular town, kikita siya pag may nagturo siya doon. So, dapat siya ang mag-convince dun sa mga farmer dun sa bayan niya na mag-aral, di ba? Yun, ganon. Kasi kikita siya dun eh.
I will leave that issue, but I would like to have even just 3 examples. I know Director Roqueter, she was my RD or provincial? RD. RD siya nung Kong ako eh. Diba? Yeah. Nasa ATI ka na pala. Very good. Okay. So just give us an example of 3 farmers' testimonials para maintindihan namin kung sa iba-ibang lugar na
Yes,
nag-benefit.
yes, ma'am, we can provide.
Tapos po, I would suggest clearer information to all our municipal agriculture officers so that they will know how to contact the ATI and give the correct information to the farmers and the test accredited centers. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question now. So we were talking about the RCEF. Now I go to the RCEP. Alam ni Yusek Sombilian because you were on Zoom. I defended the RCEP, the Regional Competitiveness Enhancement Program, because we were the only ones in ASEAN that did not accede to it yet, but we are now part of. But of course, marami pa rin agam-agam ang mga ibang sektor sa RCEP. In fact, the Deputy Minority Leader voted against it. And so, I will not name all the issues because you heard about it during our hearing of the RCEP, which I'm due to convene once again, para yung mga tanong ng Federation of Free Farmers, yung mga tanong ng grupo ng consumers ay ma-address po natin. So having heard all the problems, challenges, questions on compliance of both the DTI, NEDA, and the Department of Agriculture, and I bring this question to Secretary Yusek Domingo and Yusek Sombilia, ano na po ang ating timeline sa pag-meet ng mga compliance natin sa deliverables sa RCEP, batay na po sa ating resolusyon sa Senado kung saan po meron tayong deliverables na pinangako sa kumukontra sa RCEP. Hindi siguro sapat ang panahon na itong hearing at hihingi po ako ng isang komprehensibang report. Hindi ko pa uulitin yung mga angal nila, alam mo na yun, di ba? So, ganun natin yun. Challenges, wag natin problem. Challenges, 1, timeline of DA. Kasi iba pa naman yung ka-ASEC FT sa DTI eh. Papareport ko na sineda. Para pagharap ko sa komite, ginawa ko homework ko. Tinanong ko sa DA, ito po. Kasi ako pong tinatext araw-araw. DA, ito, ganun. Alam ni Yusek Sombilia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Senator, we will provide you with, with the updates with regards to our responses and what we are doing to allay the fears and to come up with yung output na hinihingi ng ating mga stakeholders.
And can you just at least tell me top 1 or 2 questions related to RCEP that you've addressed based on the previous hearing that you attended on Zoom? Thank you.
Madam Senator, hindi po ako ang nag-focal po doon. Yung aking ASEC na he is not here right now, but I will update you with regards to that. I will get the most recent reports from him, and I will immediately send it to your office once I get hold of him.
Okay, so if the DA is not ready to discuss it now, that's okay. May I request, please, for a comprehensive report on our compliance? You should have a copy of the Senate resolution, yes, that we promised what government must do, which includes NEDA, DTI, and the DA. Pinangako ko po yun, hindi sa katang-isip ko, kundi sa konsultasyon po sa mga ahensya ng gobyerno sa ating hearing po.
Actually, Madam Senate, yung Senator, yung DTI po ang nagko-consolidate lahat nito.
Opo, yes. DTI consolidates, but then they tell me kulang daw ang DA. Don't know why. Diretso na rin kayo sa akin para makita ko po yung compliance po nila na kasama na po yung sa inyo. Tapos, ano. And last question, thank you to the Deputy Minority Leader for yielding. And we recognize, of course, the Majority Leader who's here. Thank you, Madam Chair. The last, the system of rice intensification. Alam nyo to, no? SRI. Simple. It's an innovative farming method that increases rice productivity while minimizing resource use, hindi ba? Sustainable. And by optimizing plant spacing, irrigation, and organic practices, SRI reduces water consumption, increases yields, improves the livelihoods of smallholder farmers. It promotes sustainable farming, and it boosts food security and enhances climate resilience. May I know, is the DA utilizing SRI? How are you promoting, ayan, si Yusek Sebastian, how are you promoting SRI? What is a model SRI farm, and how much is your budget for SRI in what regions of the country? What's a total? Can you give me the SRI budget? O kayo naman po.
Yeah.
Bilib ba kayo sa SRI? Naniniwala ba kayo sa sustainable farming? Oo, yun po.
Yes,
Yusek.
Madam Madam Chair, Senator Loren, we agree and support the scaling, not just promotion, the scaling up of SRI. I've been working with SRI people since time immemorial, and they've been demonstrating, and I told them this year, we are not going into demonstration, we are not going to small scale plots only, we are going to support it large scale, and there I'm challenging them that we should do it nationwide. So we have proposed a budget of 250 million pesos for
Nationwide scaling is 250. I love your words. I like what you
it
said.
can be more.
It's not a time
Madam
for
Chair.
demo farms. It's a time for scaling. Opo, 250 million.
It can be more, Madam Chair, but we have to make sure also that they are capable of implementing it. Yeah.
Ano po ang mga lugar na kapable pong mag-shift sa SRI at ito ba ay tinuturo sa ATI at lahat mga TESDA accredited schools sa ginagamit yung 700 million sa RCEF? Yun ang tanong ko po.
I think it's not yet part of the RCEP training, but we will be. Yeah, that's part of the scaling, Madam Chair, Senator Loren. We have to prepare. We have to build also the capacity. As of now, for next year in our proposed budget, the ones that we will be working with will be PhilRice and some of our regional offices, some of the ATI offices also that are already familiar with SRI. But we will be partnering a lot with the NGOs who are already promoting SRI.
Can you kindly give us a model SRI farm that in Bulacan,
Yeah.
where Senator Joel can visit?
Bulacan,
In my province of Antique, for example, kung meron man, or even in Quezon, if you're familiar, or whatever the Senator Antiveros from Capiz can visit, or where in Panay. It's just off the, sabi nyo, you've been into that for so long, and that's very good to hear, and you've been pushing for that, and that's great. We have an advocate in the DA. Saan po? na pwedeng puntahan kaagad mamaya ni Senator Villanueva o bukas?
As of now, we cannot probably point a specific
Nueva
one in.
Ecija, saan po?
Nueva Ecija, Madam Chair, I'm familiar with Bulacan. They have in Bulacan.
Model. Demo.
Where is that again?
Any SRI farm all over the country na natulungan na po ng DA. Kasi may 250 million kayo for your proposal for next year.
Next year.
For this year, meron po kayong SRI budget at sino pong model farm for the system of rice intensification?
We have one in Baras,
Baras
Rizal.
Rizal. O maganda puntahan natin. Ayun.
But I just don't know if they have ready at this
Yeah.
time, Madam Chair.
Huh?
We'll have to check with our POCA.
Yes, yes. Okay. Can I request you to visit after this hearing, schedule within the next 2 weeks, or your team, or maybe si Director Roqueter, yung sa San Antonio, Quezon, na mga smallholder farms, mga 1 hektarya lang, 1-2 hektarya. Brown rice. Doon ako bumibili ng aking kinakain na organic rice. San Antonio. Oo, brown rice.
Different from Mulanay.
Oo. Bisitahin po nyo at kung tama ba ang ginagawa nila na maaring maging model, gustong i-replicate, di ba? At pwede itong ituro na ATI at maliit lang. Na maliliit na mga magsasaka.
They produce brown rice, Senator Loren.
Opo,
But
brown rice.
what is their cultivation method? Is it organic
Hindi ko alam
or
po,
SRI?
dahil doon ako bumibili ng aking kinakain. That's why I'm asking about SRI because I have not been to the place, pero sila rin po yung humingi ng tulong sa MAU, pero parang hindi sila na ituro sa tamang TESDA accredited farm school.
Yeah.
Kaya naghahanap po ako
Yeah.
ng iba pang nag-SRI na pwede pong ihambing at tignan po natin. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Loren, I think I'm informed that the one in San Antonio is practicing SRI.
I said.
Yes.
That's what I
But
said.
to the brown rice is a process of milling. But you can produce SRI using you can use brown rice. You can produce brown rice using SRI.
That's what
or
I said.
Other methods.
Other methods. Yes. Ehemplo lang po yun. Nabanggit ko brown rice kasi doon ako, kinakain ko yung kanilang produkto. Pero binanggit ko po yun na sila'y smallholder farmers sa San Antonio, Quezon. Pero nagtatanong po ako ng iba pang mga lugar na sa GAA 2023 po, magkano ang inyong SRI funding?
Wala.
Bakit ganun? Kung naniniwala po kayo sa SRI, ba't hindi kayo naglagay? Sabi nyo, believe kayo.
No,
Sabi nyo, ang tagal na yung ginagawa, tapos wala kayong...
I just assumed the leadership of the rice industry development
bago
program
lang
this year.
This year.
Yung isang kausap ko dun sa AgriLink, taga Agusan del Sur. Lahat sila heritage rice. Yung lahat ng ginagawa.
That is traditional heirloom rice, Madam Chair, heirloom rice. We are also supporting the promotion of heirloom rice.
Sila.
Yeah.
At saka IPs ang
So we have budget for that also next year.
No.
So
Okay. Ko sa AgriLink.
in the 2024 budget, we are supporting SRI, heirloom rice, and also the organic agroecological rice.
Okay, very good. So, kindly...
Agusan Mars Nasa
Agusan Mars, in Caraga. Very good. So, can you kindly give us a brief report since kaka-assume lang pala ni Yusek Sebastian tungkol sa SRI program ninyo? I want to see more details than a number in the NEP so that we can further support it. Your 250 million will go to which rice farms that will implement SRI in the country? Yes, and successful SRI farms assisted by the DA in recent years, even not under your watch, because you're a new government. I want to understand that. And aside from SRI, the other heirloom rice promotion that you said and how to encourage. Would I also request at the proper time, only if you're ready, to have a rice exhibit so that we would understand more the importance of rice. And just to let you know, Madam Chair, long ago, when the former Prime Minister of Japan was still alive, Abe, Prime Minister Abe, his wife, si Akie Abe, he and his wife invited me to Japan in a conference on women. Okay, World of Women. World. Ano yun? So it was 10 years ago, perhaps, and I discovered the wife, the surviving wife, because the prime minister unfortunately had passed on, is a farmer. She's a smallholder farmer and has a small restaurant serving the various varieties of rice in Japan. And during the APEC meet, 2015 or 16, she brought a pack of rice for me. Pinayagan naman ng immigrant, ng customs, sumasok dito, I guess, cleaner, just to eat it. Siyempre, masarap din naman atin. Tapos nagkaroon sila ng lunch for the delegates of the World Assembly of Women. Walang maraming pagkain. May buffet ng iba-ibang klaseng rice sa ibang-ibang probinsya at rehiyon sa Japan. Tapos nandun yung mukha ng farmer at yung proseso ng rice, heirloom or anong klase. Di ba maganda magkaganon? Exhibit, hindi lang exhibit, magkaroon ng, wag naman wastage na buffet, but magkaroon ng event na parang kumbaga slow food, ganyan. But ito naman, the different kinds of rice in a country, para may pride of rice, parang pride of place kung saan nagagaling. It's just a suggestion. Of course, you're the DA and we are lawmakers and we may not implement. But it's kasi napakahalaga na intindihin natin ang kahalaga ng rice, yung iba-ibang uri ng rice at yung ibang methods para mapa-usbong and how to further propagate. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Loren. We will be having the International Rice Congress. We are hosting it this year. This will be from October 16 to 19 at PICC.
Okay.
And if you are interested, Senator Loren, we would like to invite you. We can give you the complimentary.
I'm sure all the senators are interested. We would like to learn more. You're the experts. We learn from you and we support you.
We will also be celebrating the National Rice Awareness Month in November.
Okay.
And we will be asking PhilRice to
You
do
can have
what
your
you are
exhibit here.
to do what you are requesting.
You can have your exhibit here.
They
Very
can
good.
they can prepare different heirloom rice for tasting.
Okay.
And if you are interested, we can even have a taste. We can also ask you to maybe do a tasting of the golden rice. I don't know if you like the golden rice, Senator
What
Loren.
kind of rice is good?
Golden rice is
Sige. Salamat. Thank you, Yusek Sebastian, Director Roqueter, and everyone. Thank you to Senator Ontiveros for yielding her time to me. Yes. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still have about 15 questions left. Excuse me, left. But since Majo has arrived, I'm willing to also yield for him to ask his questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tita Ganda, our Senate President Pro Temp. I'll try to be quick as much as possible, and we don't want to take the floor deliberation come the budget hearing of the Department of Agriculture, and that is why this representation, I think, together with Senator Loren, would like to propound some questions in the committee level. First of all, good afternoon to all of you, our Department of Agriculture family. Hindi ko na po kayo isa-isahin sa ating senior USEC at USECs. I will start asking questions on the fact that if you look at the data of the department, since 2022, for example, when you look at the contribution to the gross domestic product, this sector accounts for about 8.9% of our GDP, which is lower than the sector's 9.6% share to GDP in 2021. From 9.6% share to 8.9%. Now, in terms of food security, you look at the numbers again, perhaps you look at the Economist Intelligence Unit's Global Food Security Index. In 2021, 2021, with a far, far lower budget, we ranked 67th overall out of 100. In 2021, 64th po tayo. In 2022, 67th. Baba ulit. Okay? Tingnan niyo ho yung trend. Now, you look at the increase in agricultural imports. In the third quarter of 2022, agri-imports was valued 5.17 billion US dollars, or about 282 billion pesos. Again, this is a whopping increase of 23.7% from the same period in 2021. Look at poverty. Poverty index natin. Over the years, farmers and fisher folks remain to be the poorest sectors in the country. As of 2021, almost 1 in every 3 farmers, or 30% poverty incidence nandito sa sektor na ito. Yung fisher folk po, 30.6% poverty incidence is poor. What am I trying to emphasize here? As we move forward, increase ng budget ng Department of Agriculture. Pataas ng pataas ang ating import. Pataas ng pataas ang index natin doon in terms of food security. Pababa ng pababa ang ating share sa gross domestic product. Pataas ng pataas ang ating poverty index. So ang first question ko po, if you look at the budget of the Department of Agriculture, there's a 34.5% increase. This year, compared to 2022 budget, compared to DA's last year's budget, no? Ang ating gustong mangyari, pag tinitignan ko yung budget presentation po ninyo, poverty reduction, more employment opportunity for farmers and fisher folks, and food security in the country. So, showing this table, makikita po natin yung comparative budget of the Department of Agriculture and its 9 attached agencies and 8 attached corporations. So again, ang first question ko lang po, what is the government's plan to harness the agricultural sector in 2024 with the proposed 167.5 billion next year based on the data that I mentioned? Thank you. Can someone answer?
Sec Sombilia will answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Senator Joel. As I have already presented a while ago, that if you look at the trends in agriculture for the past 5 years, we actually are moving on the positive direction. 0.5% increased in 2022 from negative 0.3, which is understandable because we were in the pandemic era. But the very good thing is that we are able to maintain a positive growth rate during the first semester of 2023, which is at 1.3% increased, or annual growth rate. So that is a positive sign that what we have been doing in agriculture for the past 1.5 years has been responding to the challenge that we were given to increase productivity and to strengthen the value chain of agriculture, which I think would be the component of the agri sector that would provide increases to the farmers and provide the potentials of the products of agri products to have value added, to be processed, and to be exported. So nandun po lahat yung mga programa namin for 2024, primarily on those particular projects, activities, and programs that we thought will be able to fast track the development of the agriculture sector. I mentioned the F2C2 program. I mentioned the farm-to-market roads to increase the connectivity. I mentioned about, enhancing the infrastructure facilities, cold storages, post-harvest facilities, in addition, of course, to increasing the productivity of the farm sector, yield increases, as well as reducing the production cost, so that farmers' income would really increase. So, nandun po naman lahat yung mga components. It's really unfortunate that the agriculture sector is really vulnerable to the calamities, the typhoons, the volcanic eruptions, and all these things the Philippines is very vulnerable to. So nandun din po kaakibat po yung enhancement of resiliency of the agriculture sector. So, all of this integrated and holistically provided or implemented in the sector will hopefully be able for the department to really fast track its modernization and its development.
Madam Chair, I would like to believe that what I'm hearing is correct. I would like to believe that the data being given to us is accurate. But perhaps para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan na nasa agricultural sector, ano ba yung batayan natin? For example, yung pong binabanggit natin, yung contribution po natin sa GDP na bumababa po yung share ng agrikultura. Kasama po ba ito sa ating batayan upang makita na meron talagang impact yung ginagawa natin? For example, yung sinasabi niyo pong farm-to-market roads, kung maglalagay ng farm-to-market roads na puro bundok na bato yung lalagyan ng farm-to-market roads na wala naman kahit na anong produkto doon na lalagyan ng farm-to-market roads, hindi ho ba mali po yun at hindi po episyente yung paggamit ng ating pondo? So, example GDP, meron po ba tayong tina-target? How do we increase our contribution in the GDP? What are we looking at in the next couple of years? Despite the fact that, again, the 34.5% increase is not a joke. We are in full support of this increase. We are an agricultural country at the end of the day. So we wanted to find out. Another thing is food security. So dito ba sa kino-contest ba natin itong report ng The Economist Intelligence Unit's Global Food Security Index? Kung hindi naman natin kino-contest at naniniwala tayo sa methodology nila, what is now our target for 2024, 2025? We rank from 67 to 64. Agricultural imports, sabi nyo nga po, and I believe in what you mentioned a while ago, hindi natin kontrolado ang mga bagyo, ang mga natural calamities and disasters, but then at the end of the day, yun pa rin talaga kakount pa rin sa atin. Are we going to continue importing and importing and importing? Paano natin mababawasan to? Mababawasan natin to kung tataas yung production natin. And then poverty incidents natin. These are just 4 inputs that I raised here in this committee hearing, and at least I'm expecting something na ito yung talagang tinitingnan din ho natin, unless you don't agree with all these numbers and figures that this representation mentioned. At the end of the day, we wanted to just make sure that we are all accountable, and as legislators, we wanted to make sure that we put where our money is worth spending. So I hope you also understand why we're doing this. And because if you would tell us, we need more budget, we need more funds in this particular item, because we feel that this would create a bigger impact than other programs of the government, then I would be the first one to defend you in the plenary deliberation. I would be the first one to encourage our colleagues here in the Senate to support your budget. Thank you. Please.
Sa farm to market, one of the first instruction of the president dito sa agriculture, sa department noon po, especially on the farm to market roads, nakagawa na po kami ng mga plano, yung farm to market road network plan, wherein talagang na pinakita na po doon, based on geographically feasibility of these roads, kung saan po dapat talaga yung mga farm to market roads. So that is already going to be the guidepost by which all succeeding farm to market roads that are going to be proposed, na yun po ang talagang magiging Biblia nila para makikita po natin ang pagkonekta nila. There are other tools that we are doing now.
If it is outside that master plan, whoever is pushing for it, whether it's a congressman or a senator, let us know so we can help you.
Yes po, yes po. I think that was the very, very, instruction of the president po, na that kaya po minadali po niya itong network plan para nga dyan na nga po ang magiging Biblia for farm to market road construction.
Total, dyan naman po yung gusto nyong tahaking direction. I will abide by your request na we go towards that direction, that path of addressing the farm to market roads issue. So with that, with the master plan that you're talking about, etc., how are you looking at this master plan affect or impact itong mga binanggit natin na poverty, incidence, GDP, contribution, itong pagbaba din ng ini-import natin na mga agricultural products. Yun yung gusto ko makita, gusto ko marinig sana.
So yun po yung one of the problems sa agriculture, kasi some of the areas of production areas are really in remote areas. So yung connectivity, if that's going to be enhanced, that will already be able.
I think we are all aware of what i-impact would be when you have a farm to market roads, dadali yung kalakalan, dadali yung pag-deliver ng produkto. What I'm asking right now is, what kind of impact are we looking at? How many jobs will be created because of this? How the projection of that we are looking at in the next 2 years, 3 years? Because that's the main reason why we are all here.
Yung dun sa we contributed to the Philippine Development Plan. And in that Philippine Development Plan, meron po tayong results matrix. And we indicated there kung ano po yung mga plano natin for the next 5 years from 2023 to 2028. And this was, po naman natin yung Philippine Development Plan. It was a consultation among several agencies at nag-agree po tayo doon. So for labor productivity to increase, we're expecting labor productivity to increase from the baseline of negative 8.7% to have a positive growth rate of 2.3 to 5.5% increase over the next 5 years until 2028. Doon po sa total value of agribusiness, which is, I think that's going to be a very, very, yung connectivity is going to be very, very key element to increasing the value agribusiness, agricultural business. We are, increasing. We are targeting a 10% increase of growth in total value of approved investments in agribusiness services.
Investments po yan?
Yes po.
Okay.
Opo. Tapos growth in value of agriculture and fisheries exports, we are targeting a 6.4% increase yearly of agricultural value of agricultural exports.
Sige, ma'am, para po magkakasundo naman po tayo, I think but the most important thing is we have the meeting of the minds, we have the same path, the same direction in ensuring that we will improve. We are addressing this increasing poverty incidents, in increasing the number of jobs that we will be created. For example, bilanggit niyo po 2.3 to 5.5% in the next 6 years, if I'm not mistaken, with regard to employment activities, no? Siguro maghihingi na lang po ako mag-submit na lang po ng report or strategic plan of the agency to look into this, no? Sector by sector po siguro, no? I'll give you an example. The President just signed into a law the Trabaho para sa Bayan law, which this representation authored and sponsored here in the Senate. This is a very good direction that the President is taking right now, because no government actually took that responsibility na kami gagawa ng trabaho, kami lilikha ng trabaho. Wala po yan eh. Even the Department of Labor and Employment would always say, we are here to facilitate jobs. We're not here to produce jobs. We're not here to create jobs. Even TESDA, even CHED, even DepEd. Hindi po nila ma-promise yan because they're the ones just implementing itong education curriculum natin, and that's why it's very, very important, and I'll go to that later when you talk about agricultural trainings, etc. So ang point ko lang po is, we have trabaho para sa bayan law. We just passed through our able and very hardworking chairperson, Senator Cynthia Villar, yung salt revitalization. So, ina-expect din po yan, yung trabaho na makikreate dyan. No? So, gusto natin na ma-synergize yan, gusto natin makita talaga anong impact nitong mga lahat ng ginagawa ho natin para nang sa ganoon, na may measure din po natin, nakikita natin. Masakit po na pag bumalik po kayo dito next year, itong mga binanggit ko po na contribution ng GDP, ito pong report ng Economist Intelligence Unit's Global Food Security, ito pong agricultural imports would continue to increase, would continue to, hindi natin makita yung increase ng production natin. So, mahirap din po na para sa isang mambabatas na suportahan yung budget ng isang departamento. So again, just to not to belabor this issue, I would like to see it, and tignan din po natin, meron bang dito sa mga sectors dito, meron bang opportunity, meron bang mga low hanging fruits that we can actually harvest right away? Kasi ito pag pinuntahan natin, for example, there's a big demand in a particular product at we're capable of producing it, then let's focus on it. Ayusin na natin yun. Doon tayo mag-focus. Yun ang encourage natin yung mga kababayan natin na yun yung itanim nila, yun yung gawin nila. So, yun na lang po, no? Hingin ko po yun para hindi na rin po ako tumagal. Ang pangalawang issue na gusto kong tignan, I was looking at the different regional contribution dito sa bansa natin. And I saw Region 3 where I come from. I hail from Bulacan. And please correct me if I'm wrong, it is the largest agricultural region kasi dun sa report na binigay niyo po, ang share niya sa agri, forest, and fishing gross value added for 2022 ay 13.7%. Please correct me if I'm wrong, no? So that's what I am looking at. 13.7%, perhaps the largest agricultural region in the country. Would you agree with me, Your Honors, Madam Chair? Correct? Thank you. Ma'am, narinig niyo yun, correct. Pero pag tinignan niyo po yung budget, kinat po yung largest agricultural region sa bansa ng 728 million yung cut. 728.685 million. Yung proposed budget po ng agriculture in Central Luzon in 2024 is lower than the 2023 budget na nakalanon. So gusto ko lang malaman bakit, kasi konti lang naman ho yung taga Region 3 dito. Pag umiikot po tayo, siyempre, yun ang laging itatanong. Parang hindi mo yata napagtanggol yung region mo. Uma-agree pala yung buong departamento that it is the largest agricultural region. Thank you po. I think it's a decent question coming from someone from Region 3. Thank you.
Madam Chair, yes
Asek, please. Asek,
yes po, if I may add, ang Region 3 po ang number 1 natin sa rice, number 1 po sa livestock, and sa atin pong fisheries, especially in aqua po. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Which is the livestock place in Region 1?
Yes po, Region 3 and Region 4A po, yung ating number 1 and 2 sa livestock.
In Region 3, where is it?
Especially po yung Bulacan natin,
Livestock.
sa livestock po, Bulacan, Tarlac, Pampanga area po, Madam Chair.
How come I was never invited to the livestock towns in Central Luzon? I was never invited. I'm always invited sa Batangas.
Buti ho kayo na-invite na, tita. Ako, taga Bulacan.
Large Largest daw eh.
Largest in rice,
Largest na yun.
largest number one in rice, livestock,
Nueva
and
Ecija, di ba?
fisheries. Yeah. Region 3.
Madam Chair,
Rice is Nueva Ecija, di ba?
largest in what?
Largest in production yan.
Yeah. Ang fisheries, saan lugar sa Region 3?
Madam Chair, can I respond?
Gunoy, merong
No, but usually may focus eh. Like rice, it's really Nueva Ecija.
Madam Chair, can I
Sige po,
respond? Yes
punta
po.
na tayo dun sa mas mahalaga yung sagot.
Okay po.
Para excited yung
Yung-
mga taga Region 3.
Yung 2023 budget po sa dalawang items po, dalawang banner programs po bumaba. Sa rice program at saka livestock program. Noong 2023, ang rice program budget ng Region 3 is 9.4 billion. Ang proposal 6.6 billion. Ang proposal po namin sa DBM is 8.6 billion. Pero binabaan po nila ng 5.7. Yun po yung NEP po namin ngayon, 5.7. Sa livestock program po, mas malungkot. Kasi
Ma'am, masakit na ho, masakit na. Isang item pa lang ho, masakit na po. Ang sagot niyo po sa amin is hindi niyo po yan nirecommend yung binigay dahil iba yung ginawa dun sa inyong nirecommend. Despite the fact, I hope in your recommendation, you also placed a provision there na this region is the number one rice producing region, number one sa livestock, number one in fisheries, and it is the largest agricultural region with 13.7% share. So ang hirap naman po na ganun
Mr.
kalaki pero hindi ho nila talaga binigay.
alam po ng DBM talaga kung alin ang talagang big agricultural region sa ating bansa.
Province for fishery.
Fisheries po, at yung province of...
Usually, like rice is in Nueva Ecija. Fishery is where?
Ay, fisheries, saan ba ang pinaka-dagupan? Hindi ba yun, Dagupan? Pangasinan?
Malakas din ang Sambales.
Region dito sa...
I'll tell you, in Bulacan, in Bataan, marami yung fisher folks dyan. Yung coastal...
No particular
Ang fishery po
province
rito
na
kasi.
malaki.
Yung coastal area namin dun sa Bulacan, mahaba po yun. Ma'am, siguro yung point ko lang, no, I am not
Just
blaming,
interested.
I'm not blaming yung the department, but I'm just surprised kasi nandito na yung opportunity. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina pa eh, di ba? Ito na yung opportunity, ito yung pinakamalaki, tapos ito yung tatanggalan mo na parang, hindi, hanap tayo ng iba. Ito, alam mo na yung formula, nandito na, gumagana na, epektibo na, episyente na, tatanggalan mo. So, hindi po makatarungan ito, and I just wanted to put on record, I'll do my part here as a legislator, as part of the budget deliberation budget. I will look into this, and personal po sa akin ito. At maganda po na na-confirm po natin sa departamento na ito yung largest agricultural region with 13.7%, number one in the rice producing, sa livestock at saka po sa fisheries. Salamat po. Pupunta na po ako dun sa pangalawang punto ko. Noong po June 2023, binanggit ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos doon sa First National Soil Health Summit. He noted that around 75% of the country's total cropland is vulnerable, and I quote, vulnerable to erosion in various degrees, with agriculture losing 457 million tons of soil annually, and thus endangering the productivity of the sector and the country's food security. I'm concerned about this, Your Honor, Madam Chair. If around 75% of our total cropland is vulnerable to erosion, while millions of hectares are either insufficiently fertile or degraded. May know the areas where there are alarming cases of this. Siguro yung status ng soil health. For example, yan. Number one, sinabi natin na largest agricultural region, yung Region 3, Ano po yung ano diyan, yung status, and siguro yung $1,000,000 question, ano yung efforts na ginagawa natin? May budget po ba tayo para dito para masiguro natin na handa po tayo dito sa maaaring mga mangyari? Salamat po.
Director Nilo, please answer.
And thank you very much, Madam Chair, Honorable Senator Villanueva. Yes, there are two major issues on land degradation in the country. And this is soil fertility decline, which is very apparent in our lowland areas, and soil erosion, which is happening in our upland and hilly land areas. So for our lowland areas, about less than 2 million hectares that are planted to rice. These are moderately low to low in fertility. So what are we doing about these areas? So that's why we are promoting the sustainable soil management, which is the adaptive balanced fertilization strategy. So this is our strategy with a combined use of organic fertilizer and inorganic fertilizer. So we ensure that the use of our soil and water resources is sustained even with continuous cropping. So that's why compost.
You should give more composting machine to Bulacan and
Yes, ma'am.
Central Luzon
Ay,
para
yes.
maging ma-stop natin yung soil degradation.
Yes, so that's why we have an intensive campaign.
Galing niyo ma'am bumasa ng pag-iisip ko, Madam Chair. Para,
Yeah.
kasi panay Region 3 tayo, no?
Meron po. Wala pong, everybody po will get. I confirm to you.
It should not be Region 3 lang. Wag.
Ay, sir,
I
lahat
will
po.
not ask for it, ha? Just for the record.
Sir, I have the list. Actually, I have the list of the entire provinces, regions, and district in the country. Meron, sir. Yeah.
We cannot do something about fishery after that reclamation. Tapos ang fishery.
I'm going to that point, Madam Chair. I'm going to that point because Your Honor is talking about the importance of soil management, ma'am.
Yes.
And if you recall, Madam Chair, during the hearing of the Department of Public Works and Highways, this representation made a statement that since the reclamation of this area in ano bang part ng Makapagal? Yung Manila Bay, yeah. Wala pa ho yung Manila Sands, ha? Bago yung Manila Sands eh. Nung bago pa yung Manila Sands, after the reclamation, naramdaman ho namin sa Bulacan yung kakaibang pagbaha. Despite the fact that this year, DPWH alone is spending 1 billion pesos a day for flood control alone. And just DPWH for this year. Ang propose nila next year, ganun pa rin. 1 billion a day. And yet, ito, may bago na namang impaktong reclamation na nangyayari dito. May say po ba ang DA dito? Kayo po sa DA, sa Fisheries, hindi ho ba kayo nagre-reklamo dito? Hindi nyo ba i-represent yung fisher folks natin, yung mga kababayan natin na magsasuffer pag nagtuloy-tuloy ito? Kasi po, hanggat maaari, umihingi kami ng tulong dun sa mga eksperto. Hindi ho kami eksperto eh.
BIFAR. Where is BIFAR? Next day. No BIFAR here.
Dito ba? Yeah, but are you consulted at least, or your voice being heard every time there are projects like this? Kasi you're talking about no less than the president himself, ha? 75% of our country's total cropland is vulnerable and to erosion in various degrees. Would you agree with me na itong reclamation, ito lalo, makakasama lalo? Is there anyone who can... I'm sure meron kayong study, hindi natin kailangan ng before, parang...
It's so funny, in Manila Bay, in our area, they did not give their clearance to reclamation in Las Piñas, Parañaque, but they gave to Bacoor. So magkatapat lang kami eh. So bakit ganon? Hindi consistent ang desisyon. They didn't give us, natakot lang yata sa akin, hindi nagbigay ng clearance sa Las Piñas, but nagbigay ng clearance sa Bacoor. Kaso yung reclamation ng Bacoor, sinakupan Las Piñas. Pareho din.
Madam Chair, hindi ko lang po alam kung nako-consult ang BIFAR with regards to this, but the clearance,
Clearance.
Yung
They were asked to give clearance.
Okay,
Kasi
sige.
nakita ko yung hindi siya nagbigay ng clearance sa Las Piñas, pero nagbigay siya ng
Okay.
clearance sa Bacoor.
Kasi usually yung ECC comes from the DENR.
Yeah, they come but you give clearance.
Yeah, okay, sige po.
Hirap po na ngayon yan. Dito nagsimula yung premise ng aking pagtatanong at dahilan bakit po ako naririto. Kasi kung ibigyan natin ng budget, may gagawin po kayo para i-address itong soil management. On the other hand, ay yun naman yung ginagawa nung isa. Hindi alam nung kaliwa yung ginagawa nung kanan. Paikot-ikot lang po talaga. At yan po yung dahilan bakit nagsimula akong magtanong kanina na pataas ng pataas yung ating budget. Pataas din ng pataas ang ating importation. Pataas ng pataas din ang ating poverty index level. Pababa ng pababa yung employment generation. So, ito lang, kakatanggap ko lang po ngayon yung balita na ang ating inflation ay 6.1% na nitong September 2023 versus 5.3% in August 2023. Again, malaki ang role na ginagampanan ng Department of Agriculture dito, and I hope we'll be able to do something about it. Last but not the least na lang, Madam Chair, bago ako tumaas yung blood pressure ko dito. Taon-taon po, binabanggit ko to, Madam Chair, saksi po kayo, hindi lang sa Department of Agriculture but also in other agencies of the government. Ito pong problema ng unfilled positions sa pamahalaan. 1 out of 10 authorized positions in government agencies unfilled. For the past decade na po yata ito. Isang dekada. Pero ang job order po, ayan o, naririnig na natin si Madam Chair, 630,000 job order, contract of service. Kaya ho nung pinupuntirya namin, lalo na with this representation sa efforts to end endo, sabi ho ng private sector sa amin dito, kayo naman, gusto nyong i-end yung endo, pero number 1 violator, gobyerno. I am looking at the Department of Agriculture's personnel. There's a high number of unfilled positions in the department and its attached agencies, which average around 3,540 per year since 2021 and even until 2024. Pakita ko lang po yung data. Ayan. Pwede tanggalin na yung maliit. Ayan ho. Tingnan nyo naman po yung 2021, 3,451 unfilled. 2022, 3,579. Sa halip na bumaba, lumaki. Bumaba po ng 2023, 3,566. A year later, 3,566. Ay, walang diferensya. Walang nangyari. So, gusto natin malaman, ang daming naghahanap ng trabaho, baka naman po yung posisyon na nandyan, inutil talaga dahil mahirap i-fill up, mataas yung requirement, tapos ang baba ng sweldo, kaya walang nag-a-apply. But you let us know. I'll go to that, Madam, no? And then you look at the job order. The job order contract of service ay may 5,765 workers. So, other than my first issue of filling up these positions, second issue of asking why this ang second issue ko is yung 5,765, ginagawa ba nila regular work o seasonal po sila? O talagang endo na talaga sila? Aminin na natin, number one violator ho ang gobyerno eh. And third issue, ito bang 5,765? Wala ba talaga silang chance? Can you imagine if you're part of the 5,765 job order contract of service? Makakakita ka nung 2023 na 3,566 unfilled position. And then the year later, meron pa rin 3,566 unfilled positions. At nandun ka pa rin. Nag-stuck ka dun sa 5,765 job order contract of service. Ano kaya nararamdaman nyo kung kayo yun? Nakakatulog ba kayo sa gabi o nagdadasal ba kayo gabi-gabi for the past 365 days na sana po yung numero na yan magbago naman after 2 years magbago naman. May chance po ba na magbago yon, sir, ma'am?
Well, Mr. Senator, Yusek Manayo will answer that question.
Well, Madam Chair and Honorable Senator Villanueva. Well, at present, we are in the process of filling up the position. And I assure you, Madam Chair and the Honorable Senator, that we will be able to fill up substantial number of this, 3,566. Yeah.
Alam mo, ang chismis nyo, kaya nyo hindi fill up yung, yung unfilled position kasi nakakasave kayo pag job order, mura yung job order. Marami daw natitira na dinidivide yung bonus pag Christmas. Yan ang chismis sa inyo. Hindi, this is a chismis. I don't know what you're doing.
More than that, no, ma'am, Madam Chair, yung binanggit po sa atin, gagawin nyo na po yung, sige ho, maniniwala na ho kami kasi sa isang taon na 365 days, hindi gumalaw ito, abangan ko na lang po ulit next year. Pero babanggitin ko po sa inyo, 7 taon ko na ho ginagawa ito. 7 taon na po. Kaya ho ako, gusto ko ho sanang malaman ano ho yung nature nitong unfilled positions eh. Gusto ko na ho malaman kasi there are some agencies and departments in the government who would tell me na there are some items there na hindi mo talaga mapifill upan. Kasi for example, meron sa legal, lawyers yung kailangan pero ang baba ng sweldo. O meron naman na ang taas-taas ng requirement, walang mag-a-apply dahil ang baba din naman ng sweldo. Bakit siya mag-a-apply? So, right there and then, face value pa lang, gusto na namin tanggalin yung item na yon at magpalit ng ibang item para ma-fill upan. Yung lang po yung gusto kong makuha. Sana mabigyan niyo po ako kung meron po kayong ganon. Pero it appears, sabi niyo po kanina, gagawan niyo na ng paraan ito. Aabangan ko po kayo and titignan ko po itong unfilled positions. Now, puntahan ko po yung job order kasi 5,765. Anong nature nitong trabaho nitong 5,765? Sila po ba ay seasonal, project-based, or gumagawa na rin sila ng regular job at nasa ilan sa kanila, baka meron naman na in transition na sila para ma-fill up yung ibang position, sir?
Well, Madam Chair and Honorable Senator, itong mga contract of service ay mga project-based ito natin. Ito sa mga programs natin that we have to hire contractual personnel for the contract of service.
At yan, yung 5,765, lahat po yan ay project-based?
Project-based ito at saka yung
lahat, sir.
Majority dito, sir, ang
hindi lahat.
Majority, hindi lahat.
Pwede yung bigyan nyo ako ng
Yes,
breakdown.
we will submit the list of yung unfilled
Breakdown
positions,
po.
then
Tsaka ng
breakdown
job
of
order.
contract of service.
Job orders and contract of service.
Yes.
Ano yung nature of work nila? Kasi kung meron naman, and tingin
I'm
ko,
sure some of them are trying to do the job of the unfilled position kasi
Yes,
sino
yes.
gagawa nung job noon,
Yes,
diba? And then, kung hindi naman nila ginagawa yung unfilled position, di hindi na kailangan yung unfilled position. Tanggalin nyo na.
Well, Madam Chair and Honorable Senator, my instruction si Senior Yusik that once we will be able to fill up these positions, we will now reduce the number of contractual positions.
Sige po, asahan ko po yun, Madam Chair. At siguro yung last point ko lang, I was reviewing the organizational chart of the Department of Agriculture and observed, pwedeng pakita lang natin yung structure. Na-observe ko lang po how wide and complex it is. Parang pag ako yung nagtatrabaho sa isang departamento, isang kumpanya at makita ko yung ganitong organizational chart. Can we show the organizational chart? Ayan po. Yung last na slide. Hindi, sige, wag na lang. Wag na nilang pakita. Wala pala. Ito kasi, Madam Chair, tinitignan ko po yung organizational structure, parang magulo pa ho sa Ukraine at Russia ito. How wide and complex it is with 8 bureaus, 8 attached corporations, 8 attached agencies, and 15 regional offices. Hindi ko po alam how is the Office of the Secretary ensuring a smooth coordination between these offices. Baka ho kasi may mga overlapping ng functions. For example, there are bureaus and agencies in the department that are all related, no? Kunyari ito, bureaus, agencies related to fisheries. Basahin natin. Bureaus, agencies related to fisheries. Bureau of Agriculture and Fishery Standards, Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering, National Fisheries Research and Development Institute. Meron naman research. Sa research naman po, DA-OSEX Policy Research Service, Bureau of Agricultural Research, Philippine Rubber Research Institute, National Fisheries Research and Development Institute. So, medyo siguro for some clarification, may ka-clarify niyo po ito. But as I was looking at it, I have to be frank and honest dahil gusto ko ho kayong tulungan. Siguro kahit pasubmit na lang ho kayo sa akin kasi ako ho naatasan ni Pangulong Bongbong nitong nakaraan lang. Kinausap niya na ho ako at sabi niya sa akin, tama ka yung mga observations mo sa iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Maraming overlapping, maraming duplication of duties and responsibilities. So, right sizing is really the way to go. Kaya, ayun ho, may parinig na po sa akin at gusto kong araling husto ito Gusto kong araling husto dahil hindi naman po ibig sabihin ng right sizing is downsizing. Hindi naman po. But you wanted to make sure na more efficient yung mga ahensya at departamento ng ating pamahalaan, and I'm more than willing to study this and siguro in a couple of weeks or months ay tatalakayin na natin dito sa Senado yung right sizing. So hindi ko na po hintayin yung sagot niyo, but please give me your views Senior Yusek, baka pwedeng matulungan niyo po ako tungkol dito para ma-assess natin gusto paano natin matutulungan maging more efficient, more effective ang ating departamento. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat sa Department of Agriculture family. Thank you.
We're waiting for Senator Risa.
It's a good time.
She said she's coming back.
It's a good time to have a 5-minute break siguro to the bathroom.
Okay, we can have a 5-minute break waiting for Senator Risa. session. We now recognize Senator Risa Hontiveros for her questions. Thank you.
Salamat, Madam Chair. Binawasan ko po yung mga tanong ko kasi yung ibang mga tanong na natitira pa ay para sa mga opisyal ng DA na wala rito ngayon. Like Administrator Bioco of NFA, yung NIA. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Balikan ko na lang yung hearing na yon para sa mga tanong sa kanila. So I'll just be asking fewer questions, continuing with you, Sec Sebastian. Yung pangalawang tanong ko kasi dun sa pangalawang importanteng lumabas sa House hearing ay kay Admin Bioco nga po, yung kanilang exchange ni Rep. Saldico. So diretso na po ako kay Yusek Sebastian. Ito po yung mga tanong for the longer term, so more strategic. And gusto kong tanungin yung ating rice expert, Undersecretary Sebastian. Pakisabi sir kung tama ba itong susunod na 2 punto ang layunin ng rice program. So una, i-organize yung mga magsasaka natin sa iba't ibang area sa isang bottom-up approach para effectively makapagtawaran sila sa mga buyers, maka-achieve sila ng scale at makapagplano din ng sama-sama para sa eksaktong kalikasan ng suporta na kailangan nila mula sa gobyerno. At para at some point, pwede po silang magbenta ng bigas, hindi lang palay. And pangalawa, tama po ba na yung pangalawang layunin ng ating rice program ay i-expand yung irigasyon by another 300,000 hectares para yung rice plant ay pwedeng pwede siyang lumaki, hindi na molestahan ng anumang kalamidad sa mas maraming area na maaraw talaga lalo na sa panahon ng tag-init. Kaya ako po tinatanong itong pangalawang goal, kung tama po ako, siguro kung mangyari yan, mawawala na nga yung July to September na ora de peligro o lean season kung kailan maaring mangyari talaga, mas mangyari yung hoarding, price manipulation. At siguro kung ganyan, yung expansion of another 300,000 hectares irrigated, ay maibabalik na nga sa 90 to 95% ang rice self-sufficiency. So, tama po ba yung intindi ko kung ano yung dapat mangyari, Yusek Sebastian? At narinig na ba at pinakikinggan na ba kayo ni Presidente?
Yung point number 1 nyo, ma'am, tama ho yung Madam Senator. Ang objective talaga natin is to organize our farmers into clusters and then also link them in the value chain to buyers. Kung hindi sila mismo ang mag-evolve into a bigger group like a cooperative that can process and sell their own products. So tama 'yun. Pagkatapos yung pangalawa ma'am, hindi ko masasagot yung 300 kasi mukhang niya yata ang kwan doon, but if we have additional 300,000, that will be the best that we can have. But even if we do not have that 300,000, if we can optimize our existing irrigated area, yung existing ma'am, malaki pa rin ang ating productivity na ma-attain doon. Ang usapan no namin with NIA is that if they can give us initially 1 million hectares, identify that area, 1 million hectare well irrigated during the dry season, we will maximize yung productivity in that area. So assuming na lang 1 million hectares at mag-yield ka
Sabi nila 1.2 million hectares
ito, initial lang ito na inihingi natin para sigurado.
Yun ang report nila. There are 1.2 million hectares irrigated land here in the Philippines. So, sinusuma ko kasi if 6 metric tons per hectare tayo, tas 1,200, we don't need to have more irrigated land. We will be self-sufficient in rice.
Actually,
Do
ma'am,
you agree with that?
Yeah, ang report sa PSA, the area planted during the from January to June is about 2 million. But in many of these areas, although they have irrigation, pagdating ng February, March, wala ng tubig. So, ang gusto natin, ma'am, we want them to identify at least initially kahit 1 million hectares that we can plant during the months of December to March. Ibig sabihin, yung period na yun, dry season, where the yields are really very high. So if you have 1 million at 6 tons, Madam Chair, Senator Risa, that's already 6 million metric tons. If ikaw ko mamaya mo naman, bigyan ko kayo ng senaryo lang muna. So 1 million times 7, 7 million. 1 million times 8, 8 million. Our current production during the dry season is 9 million metric tons. So you can just see that if with 1 million you have 7 tons, 7 tons average. If you optimize that 1 million, you already have 7 million. Meron ka pang additional na yung 1 million na other half na sinasabi ko na tinataniman din during that period, but the yields may not be as high as 7. So kahit sabihin mo na lang mag-average ka na lang doon sa remaining, you will have about 11 million metric tons during the dry season, which is already almost the same as your wet season production. And that is already enough to bring us over the lean months. So pag dinoble mo yon, ma'am, yung wet and dry, dagdag mo na lang yung wet and dry, assuming na yung wet mo, the same pa rin ang production natin, 11 plus 11, that's 22 million. At this time, we have more or less sufficient to iba-iba, ma'am, depende sa year, sa projection namin.
Yung immaterial ang yield, ano yung production na self-sufficient?
Let me check, ma'am.
87.
Ang target palay production natin to be sufficient, so 100% ba, ma'am, o
Yeah, 100%.
pag 100% at this time, we have to have at least 24 million metric tons.
O palay.
Yes.
Right now we have what?
We are hitting 20.
Palay yun.
Oh,
So pag ang 20, ang short natin 2
almost 4.
million. It's rice is that's 2 million. Diba?
Tama yun, ma'am.
2 million. Ba't ini-import nyo 4 million mahal pa rin.
Hindi kasi liberalize kasi, ma'am, ang importation eh.
Pero ibig sabihin, we have that supply. Our shortage is 2 million metric tons, di ba? Kasi 4 million metric tons of palay is 2 million metric tons of rice.
Yes.
We import 4 million, mahal pa rin. Bakit? Yun ang sinasabi ko sa iyo, may kartel. Diba? Ako, kumbinsido doon kasi
Sige. So yun, ma'am, pagka assuming na yun lang 1 million, kahit 1 million, and if we can maximize yung 1.2 na sinasabi ng NIA, if we have that, we can maximize that, it will be better for us.
Salamat, Madam Chair. And I think reasonable conclusion yung kay Chair na may cartel. Kasi logically, mathematically, hindi hindi nag-figure, di ba? Yun na lamang. So, apo.
landed cost ng rice from Vietnam to the Philippines with tariff and transportation cost is 20 pesos per kilo.
Ang nag-obstruct, nag-create lang ng imbalance, ma'am, sa ating sufficiency level, yung island structure natin, yung logistics. So, even if we have enough, assuming 24 million na,
Because
we have 100%, but the distribution of the supply is not even.
no, kasi
So, may
may
nag-i-stack.
nag-i-import sa Mindanao, may nag-i-import sa Visayas, may nag-i-import sa Luzon. Basta naman nasa Luzon at sa Luzon dadalhin, interconnected tayo. Pag sa Visayas naman at doon binaba ang import, interconnected din yun. Pag Mindanao, interconnected din sila.
Yes, ma'am.
Bakit nagkakaganon?
But,
Ibig sabihin, Madam Chair, kung ganyan yung problema sa ngayon, ang solusyon ay ayusin yung distribution system.
Yes.
Hindi yung solusyon ay cartelization. Yun po. Opo.
That's why the improvement of also of the value chain is very important.
Convinced that we should really try hard to stop cartelization, profiteering, hoarding, and smuggling. Kasi yan ang talagang napakahirap na na isolve sa atin. Kasi okay naman ang production natin eh. We're willing naman to import if there is a shortage. Eh, ba't ang laki-laki na ng import, mahal pa bigas? There's something wrong, di ba? Kasi kung titingnan ko, ako, ang computation ko, 1.5 million lang ang shortage eh. Like onion, ang report ng PSA, 27,000 metric tons ang shortage. The importation is 100,000 metric tons. Eh bakit ganun kamahal? Eh 25 pesos per kilo lang ang puhunan. Naging 600 to 700. Masyadong, sobra na yun.
Salamat, Madam Chair. So, kung I expect naman po sa susunod na pagdinig, i-confirm ng NIA yung sinabi nyo, Yusek, na pwede silang mag-identify ng from 1 million to 1.2 million hectares of irrigated land. Tapos pag isinama doon yung sinasabi nyong pag-organisa, no, sa mga magsasaka sa iba't ibang areas into clusters para makapag-link up sila sa value chain. So yan ba yung tandem na yon, yung dalawang layunin? Pinakikinggan na kayo ni Presidente dyan?
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually, he is very supportive of our approach of value chain, of clustering, and also of digital transformation. Because we have 4 strategies, Madam Chair, Senator Risa. The first one is climate change adaptation. The second one is clustering. The third one is value chain, and the fourth one is digital transformation and modernization technology.
It's very good to hear that, Yusek. In fact, naalala ko pa, binanggit nga ni Presidente yung value chain dun sa kanilang pangalawang SONA. At kahapon sa budget hearing ng DENR, inulit ni Sec Tony na merong talagang pagpa-prioritize di umano si Presidente sa climate change adaptation ng ating bansa. So I hope na makikita natin yung konkretong epekto ng ganitong pakikinig ni Presidente sa inyo in the form of yung konkretong pagtungo talaga ng DA sa dalawang layuning ito. So para sa gusto nyong gawin, itong ang dalawang layunin ng RICE program natin, sa tingin nyo sapat na yung galaw sa ngayon ng NFA, ng NIA, ng Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, at yung paraan din ng paggamit ng RCEF fund?
We are working closely with NIA, ma'am. Ito ang maganda ngayon because yung NIA is very supportive of the RICE program. Yung kanilang mga irrigators associations are the initial clustering that we are using. So hindi na kami nagbubuo pa ng mga clusters. We have the irrigators association ready already. Then we are also utilizing the farmers cooperatives and associations and the ARBOS, the Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries. So we are also working with the DAR. Now, when it comes to NFA, what we are trying to develop now is a contract growing scheme for our clusters. So yung mga clusters namin, we will try to link them up with NFA so that NFA will have a ready source of buffer. Kasi nahirapan silang mamili. So what we are trying to do is try to leverage also the different interventions that the program is providing to farmers who will be contracting with NFA. So yun yung aming linkage. So we are trying to improve the convergence among the different agencies involved in rice.
Maganda po yun, Yusek. Salamat. That way, mas diretso ngang yung access ng NFA sa mga magsasaka and vice versa. And then, i-detalye po natin yung ilan dito, or kahit yung dalawa lang dito. Una, yung irrigation. So ito pong itatanong ko ay dugtong na tanong sa mga sinabi ni Presidente at ni dating DPWH Secretary Singson nung binisita nila yung mga mayors, yung mga governors pagkatapos ng matinding pagbaha sa Pampanga, sa Bulacan nitong Hulyo. Dahil dyan, yung matinding pagbahang iyon, naglaan ng 250 billion pesos para sa flood control. Pwede kaya magtulungan ang NIA tsaka ang DPWH para yung tubig na pipigilin sa upland kapag pinawalan diretso sa mga irrigation canals para sa ating mga magsasaka.
Yes, Madam Chair, Senator Risa, that is actually the collaboration between NIA and DPWH now to make use of some of these flood control systems as water impounding and then connect them to irrigation canals. So that is being worked out by NIA and DPWH. They have signed a collaboration, Madam Chair, Senator Risa. And the other one I think that we are also trying to develop is with the DNR for the rainwater harvesting, because we also need to build our watershed to have good supply of water during the dry season.
Maraming salamat, Yusek. Those are each pieces of good news. Pati salamat sa pagbanggit nyo ng water impounding kasi maraming taon nang may batas na nagmamandate sa mga LGUs. Isagawa yun. Mag-construct ng facilities para isagawa yun. So I hope with the additional push ngayon ng NIA at saka DPWH, mas maraming LGU ay magsasagawa nito. Hindi lang po dun sa Pampanga at Bulacan pero sa lahat po. So, okay, kasi yung flood control budgets, medyo tawag pansin, higit na 5 times ng budget sa irigasyon. At ganun. Hanggang saan nga ba pwedeng i-redesign yung flood control projects para hindi kalamidad, kundi irigasyon ang ambag ng malalakas na ulan. Yan ba ay bahagi ng collaboration ng NIA and DP, halimbawa?
I don't have the details of that, Senator Risa, Madam Chair.
Okay lang po.
Maybe NIA will be better agency to us.
Ay, tama po. Sa susunod na lang na pagdinig. And then, sa RCEF review, paghingi na lang po ng dokumento through our chair sa komite, hingin ko kay Yusek Sombilia yung kopya nung midterm review nyo ng RCEF. Sinabi nyo po sa House of Reps na handa na po ito.
Yes, we'll do that.
Salamat po. Laktawan ko na lang yung mga susunod na tanong ko dahil para sa NFA, wala si Admin Bioco dito. So, huling mga tanong ko na lang para sa Bureau of Plant Industry at si Yusek Panganiban or nakaalis na ba sila? Umalis na sila. O sige. Director?
Dito po si Director Glenn.
Sige po. Subukan po natin itong mga tanong na ito. Kaya lang may mga tanong na specifically lang kay Yusek Panganiban. Well, so tanungin ko dun sa broader issue ng issue 1, yung issue ng import clearances, no? Kasi napanood ko po yung press conference ng mga DA officials. Lahat nila nung Disyembre. And then inamin at sa pananaw lang ng manunood nila pinagmalaki ni Yusek Panganiban sa press con na yun na hindi nag-issue ang Bureau of Plant Industry mula July 2023 ng sanitary and phytosanitary clearances, import clearances. Sinabi din nila na malamang ay ganun pa rin ang gagawin pagdating ng Enero at Pebrero nitong taon. So, yung isang tanong ko po, Director, ay yung pagpigil po ba ng issuance ng import clearances ay utos ni Presidente?
Hindi po ma'am, baka July 2022 po yung ibig niyo pong sabihin ma'am kasi doon lang naman po tayo talaga kasi we were on the anti-smuggling talaga noon, we were ramping up our anti-smuggling activities. And then kami naman po sa BPI, we really manage the SPS issuances, especially gaya nito, pag may harvest tayo ng rice, pag may harvest tayo ng ating mga high value crops, ay atin po itong minamanage. Of course, in collaboration and in consultation with our stakeholders po.
So, sino pong nag-utos na sa halos 3 quarters hindi nag-issue ng itong mga SPS import clearances?
Kung yung 2022 po kasi yung ang tinatanong po ninyo.
Hindi na po, Director. Yung mula July 2023 hanggang anticipated January and February 2024.
Ma'am, we are managing it and that's still open naman po yung ating yung especially doon sa ating spices na sa onion.
Right? Kung meron man akong ipa-follow up doon, baka through the chair na lang bago yung ating plenary.
Yes, ma'am.
Eh, nung nabalitaan po namin ito, no, yung unang itinanong ko sa inyo, yung na hindi down. Kasi binanggit ni Yusek sa kanilang press con. So nagkaroon po tuloy ako ng hula na ito yung dahilan ng matinding pagbagsak ng rice inventories ng mga households at commercial sector noong April at May. So parang naging ang BPI at si Yusek ang dahilan ng pagtaas ng mga presyo. Mali ba ako?
Ma'am, anong commodity po ang ating pinag-uusapan, ma'am? Sorry.
Specifically po rice, Director.
Ma'am, sa rice po, hindi po tayo nagpipigil kasi we have the RTL po. It's open po. It's a liberalized commodity po.
Madam Chair, Senator, yung sa RTL po, as prescribed by RTL, yung SPSIC ng rice, within 7 days kung hindi man maa-act ng BPI, automatic na po yan na lalakad.
Maybe,
Yes,
Madam Secretary,
yes, Yusek.
maybe you are referring to the period when BPI was not actually issuing SPSIC and just letting the applicants, the application move up to 7 days when it becomes automatically approved. So,
Kasi they're managing.
yeah. So that,
Opo, Madam Chair. Salamat po. Siguro habang palapit tayo sa plenary, i-follow up ko na lang po dahil meron kaming nare-research na talagang bumagal yung pace of issuance maging sa first quarter nitong taon. At kaya ko itinatanong ito kasi yung pagpigil po ng import permits ay violation din po ng rice tarification law na nagtakda na kahit sinong magbabayad ng 35% na tax ay pwedeng sumundo ng bigas mula sa ibang bansa para punan ang hindi pa kaya ng ating mga magsasaka. So, I'll leave it at this for now, Madam Chair. Yung ibang mga tanong ko sa ibang mga agencies ay itatanong ko na lang sa susunod na pagdinig. Maraming salamat kina Yusek at yung buong DA family. Salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa Hontiveros. And I just want to make this manifestation in behalf of Senator Bongo. He said that he has no question on the DA budget presented today. And of course, there being no other matters to be discussed, we will continue the hearing on other DA agency on October 17 at 10 o'clock in the morning. With that, this meeting is suspended.